Welcome and good morning to Future Treescapes 2022. We're very excited to have this as the first in-person conference. We had another conference before this, which was online. This is the first in-person meeting of what we hope will be the research community connected to Future Treescapes. So many of the projects are here under Call 1 and Call 2, but also other interested parties from policy stakeholders and the public. So that's great. I think we have a very interesting audience. This is really just to give you a bit of background to the conference itself. Sorry, I should have introduced ourselves. So I'm Clive Potter, and this is Julie Urquhart, and we are joint ambassadors for the programme. So it's our job to kind of convene the research, help researchers increase the impact of the work they're doing, publicise the programme, and do lots of other things. The programme's been going about 18 months now, so we're well into the research. Julie's going to tell you a bit more about the nuts and bolts of the whole thing in a minute. Today, essentially, though, really is an opportunity to hear from the researchers themselves about the work that's been done, but also a chance for you to hopefully have interesting conversations with a wide range of people. We've designed the programme so that you will have some presentations, of course, so you'll be hearing about the detail of the funded projects, funded research projects, but we've also got other interesting elements, storytelling. We have a panel session after lunch, and we have various interested parties that are making contributions as the day goes on. So we've tried to blend lots of things to make it not too much a conventional sort of conference. You'll have lots of chance over lunch and in the breaks to, we hope, talk to the researchers. Really, in terms of the broad framing, I mean, the interesting question is why are we here? Why is this an important topic to be researching and talking about? And I know lots of people in this room will already be very well aware of some of the numbers on this slide. So these are really the planting targets that have been agreed by government. And if you look at these numbers, many of which should be familiar, 30,000 hectares of new tree planting per year, involving 1.5 billion new trees being planted across 1.5 hectares of land, much of it, of course, farmland. The ambition is to increase woodland coverage from 13 to 17%. It's a sobering thought that we've managed to increase our woodland cover in this country by just 1% since the year 2000. So we've got some way to go. It is certainly a very ambitious set of targets, and will not be easy to deliver, requiring a very strong evidence base, good research informing decisions at lots of different levels, be it within the policy world, cross stakeholder communities, and right down to the ground level in terms of landowners, farmers, foresters, and those making those key decisions about what to plant and where to plant it. So, you know, the research is ambitious in its scope under this programme, but it's designed to be both interdisciplinary, so bringing lots of disciplines together, natural science, social science, and the arts and humanities. And I think that's a really strong feature of this programme, as Julie will explain in a minute. But also, I think, doing research that will have impact. And this is the real challenge, I think, you know, crossing that bridge from high quality research that is good in its own right, scientifically robust, and of high quality, crossing that bridge into having impact in lots of different arenas and at lots of different scales. So it is a big challenge. We're very happy to be ambassadors for such a, I think, a wide-ranging and diverse set of research projects. We're still at the beginning of the programme. There's lots to do, but you know, this is, I think, a great kind of launch pad for continuing research. I think Julie is now going to talk you through the bit more detail about the programme itself. So, Julie, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Clive. Yeah, I'll just give a little bit of more detail about the programme itself. First of all, just to say that this is quite a significant investment in research funding in the UK for addressing treescapes. So it's very exciting. we've got 15.7 million or thereabouts of funding for this research programme, and it spans 4 years. So we started in the summer of 2020, wasn't it, I think? And we're going through to the summer of 24. So we've got a 4-year span for this research. As you can see, the programme is framed around a series of calls, and I'll talk a little bit about those in a moment. But I think it's really important to note that the fundings come from 3 of the research councils, so NERC, ESRC and AHRC, and also government bodies, so funding through DEFRA, Forestry Commission, the Scottish and Welsh governments. And I think this is really important because it reflects the ambition within the programme to draw on environmental science, social science and arts and humanities expertise to really try to interrogate and understand the environmental and the social and cultural aspects of treescapes and what we need to be thinking about. So it's really an interdisciplinary programme, and I think that's what's very exciting about this. And you'll hear from all of our projects this morning and how they're working together through those disciplines and the interesting things that they're finding as a result of that. So that's really, really great. We've also, the programme is organised around these 3 themes, which reflect the kind of ambitions for the programme. So you might be familiar with these already, but the first theme is around the form and function and values of UK treescapes. So this is really thinking about how we characterise treescapes in terms of both their environmental and social and cultural dimensions. The second theme talks to this idea of treescape expansion, thinking about what the opportunities and the barriers to treescape expansion might be. And a lot of our projects are addressing that. And then the third one is thinking about how we can make our treescapes both in rural and in urban settings more resilient to global change, whether that's climate change, pests and diseases, and so on going forwards. Most of the projects touch on more than one of these themes, some of them focus particularly on one, but that's kind of the framing for the programme as a whole. And then, as I said, we've got the programme is framed around these different calls that we've got, and it's quite ambitious actually to try and push out quite a lot of calls over a short space of time. But I think it's really good because we can build on the previous call to identify gaps and then fund projects so we get a nice balanced portfolio of work. So the first call, these projects have been up and running for just over a year now. These are 6 large projects of around 2 million each, and you're going to hear presentations from all of those projects this morning. And then we've got 6 gap filling research projects. So these have just been funded. These we wanted to address real world issues. So these are solutions focused projects. So they're quite applied and addressing real world issues and problems. You're going to hear briefly from those. They've only just been awarded, so we're going to get a flavour for what those projects are going to be looking at in the next 2 years. So they might not have shaped up everything that they're doing yet, but we're really excited to bring them and welcome them into the portfolio of projects. So they're all here today, so welcome. It's the first time we've met you all as well, so it's great to have you all here today. We've also then going to be in this coming winter, we'll be launching our 3rd and final call for some knowledge exchange small projects. So this is to think about how we can disseminate and share the understanding and knowledge that we've gleaned through the Treescapes programme, and how we can improve the impact and increase the impact of the programme for policy and practice. And we're also really excited to have a fellowship programme, fellowship scheme, which we'll be awarding within the next couple of months. So we've had proposals in for that, some really exciting projects that have been proposed for the fellowship scheme, and these are going to run over a period of a year. So we'll be really excited to have those on board as well. So a really diverse set of projects, very exciting. I've listed them all at the bottom, but you'll be hearing about those in more detail as we go through the day. And we're also, I just wanted to mention that we've got a programme advisory board, which is made up of representatives from policy and practice, and we engage with these on a regular basis to try to help think about how we can increase the impact from the programme and the projects. And the projects are going to be in close dialogue with the programme advisory board and the stakeholders on that. So really, really exciting. It's just a very brief introduction. And it's a slight change in the programme. As you will see on the agenda, we were due to have a short video introducing you and giving you a little taste of all our all of our projects. But unfortunately, due to technical problems, we're not going to be able to show you that, which in some ways is good because we've able to draw back a little bit of time because we started later. So we will go on to the next item on the agenda. And we've invited one of our members of one of our projects branching out, a storyteller, Pat Ryan, who his background is in education and storytelling and child development. And he's going to give us, to open the conference, a short story. So I will introduce Pat, and his story is called provocatively The Three Ladies. So welcome, Pat.
I always start by telling people the stories I tell I didn't make up. These are stories I've found through work, just through wandering through life. And the story I'm going to tell right now goes like this. Now, far off in the West Country, there is a hill. Long ago on that hill, there once stood 3 trees. A beautiful spot, but very few people climbed that hill, especially at night. No one would go there, for at night, when the moon was full, it was said you could hear singing and music. And if you looked carefully, it seemed that the 3 trees would dance. Now, this hill was on a farm, a prosperous farm, and the farmer who lived there, well, he did go up the hill now and then. Few did. And when he did, it was on Midsummer's Eve during the day. And he would take 3 wreaths of primroses, late primroses, and lay a wreath at the foot of each tree. But he was always sure to get back before the darkness fell. And he did this every year. And he told his sons that the 3 green ladies, the 3 trees on the hill, was the source of their prosperity. And he told them to do as he did, to honor those trees, as he had done, and his father's father, going back for as long as the family had been on that land. But the 2 older ones, they paid no heed to him. You know what it's like. There's young men who never listen to what the old men say. It was only the youngest son who seemed to listen. And when the old farmer died, the farm was divided into 3 parts. Now, the largest and most prosperous part of the farm, it was left to the oldest son, and the second got nearly as good a bit, and the 3rd son, all he had was a narrow strip of land at the foot of the hill. His 2 brothers, they paid no mind to the 3 ladies, but the youngest one, he remembered what his father said, and often from his cottage, he could hear at night the singing and the music, and sometimes in the shadows, see dancing. And he always remembered to take the flowers up the hill on Midsummer's Eve and leave them with each of the ladies. So his brothers had no idea that he was doing this until one day the oldest noticed him coming down the hill. And he asked his youngest brother, "What were you doing?" And he said, "Just minding my own business and our father's." And he said, "Well, that hill, you know, it's on my part of the farm. It belongs to me. I don't want you up there." And the youngest son said, "Well, you remember what our father said?" He said, "It's Midsummer's Eve. I was just doing as our father asked us to do." "Ah, never mind all that," said the old one. He said, I've need of some timber." He said, "I've got to raise a new barn." He said, "Tomorrow I'm going up and I'll take one of those trees and I'll cut it down. It'll do right well for me." Well, the youngest brother tried to persuade him, but you know, he had his mind set. And the next day, the oldest son went up the hill, tried to get his 2 brothers to help him, but the second one had to go to market, had business, and the 3rd one just tended his own garden. With his servants and his horses, he climbed the hill, and the oldest one, he ordered them to head for one tree, and they chop it down. It looked good and stout. Its timbers would do well to raise a barn. And he himself took the axe to make the first cut. But when he plunged that into the trunk, there was a woman's scream that was heard throughout the countryside. And it was so loud that the horses ran away in fear, and the servants followed. But the farmer was determined, this older boy, He just kept chopping away, hacking at the tree. The other two trees, they shook, their branches rattled. But still he kept chopping until at last the tree fell right on top of the one who murdered her. And he was killed. They left the body there for days. No one dared to go up the hill. And when at last his widow begged and pleaded for someone to give him a decent burial, well, they cleared the place. And now there were only two green ladies on top of the old hill there. Well, the large part of the oldest son, the large part of the farm that was with the oldest son, it went to the second one. And the third was still left with the narrow strip of land. And yet his 3 cows always had the best, creamiest milk. And his small strip of barley field was always the healthiest. And his plot of garden was always bursting with produce. And the second son resented the younger brother's luck. His didn't thrive at all. Now that he had all the land, it did no good. And when he too one Midsummer's Eve saw his brother coming down the hill from laying the flowers, he ridiculed him and told him not to go there. He said, "I'll build a wall." He said, "I'll build a fence that'll keep you off my land." Well, the youngest brother reminded him it was midsummer, a bad time to go to the top of the hill, but next day up he went. He made sure there was no wind. He was sure it was the wind that had knocked down the tree that killed his brother. And he started again to chop down one of the trees. And as soon as the axe cut into the bark, there was a woman's scream that was heard around the countryside. And yet he kept at it, and yet he kept at it. And the other tree was rattling. And then, if you were watching, you would have seen that the two trees raised their branches and brought them down and knocked the fellow over, killing him dead, just as the second tree fell to the ground. And now there was only one green lady on top of the hill. Again, no one would go to the top to rescue the body of that man, not until his widow was grieving, and then they dragged it away. The youngest son, he continued to take care of the one lady on top of the green hill. He inherited all the farm, but only his strip of land really prospered, and it was enough for him. But after all that had happened, he would only go up on Midsummer's Eve to lay the wreath of flowers. And no one else in that part of the country climbs that hill to this day. But if you go by it after all these years, on a moonlit night, you can still hear the music and the singing and see one tree dancing, sad and alone. And that's the story of One Tree Hill and how it got its name. If you know the part of the country, you can go see it yourself today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I think every academic conference should start like this. It's really good, really good. Wonderful. All right, so now we're going to move on to the keynote speech. I'm very happy to be able to introduce Sir Harry Studholme. He's going to be giving the keynote. And Harry is, as probably many people know, ex-chair of the Forestry Commission. He was a member of the independent panel on forestry, which sat, I think, in 2012, 10 years ago, and has been quite influential in setting some of the bigger policy framings of forestry policy in the UK. He's also a real-life forester, so he does have his own woodland and forests, which he's doing very interesting things with in Devon. Harry.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, everybody involved in Treescapes. It's wonderful, wonderful to be here. Wonderful to be in the Forest of London and to come here through Hyde Park, and wonderful to talk about trees. And forests matter tremendously to me, as I imagine they do to everybody in this room. I've lived in a forest for 60 years. I've managed one for over 30. I chaired the Forestry Commission and also an international forestry company which had forests on 5 continents. But one of the things that I learned from all of that, firstly, that I know very little about forestry and there is masses more to learn, and I expect I will learn a great deal today, but that forests are about people. And I think Treescapes understands that, and that is one of its powers. And forests are about people, and there are many reasons why that's true, but three stand out to me. At a very basic level, we are creatures of the forest. Our earliest primate ancestors evolved 55 million years ago in the Eocene forests, in a world so forested that even the South Pole was forest. Some people think that the origins of larger brains and bipedal gait came from living in the forest canopy. 5 million years or so ago, the forests cleared out of Central Africa in a cold, cooling, drying world, and hominids moved in, but still they remained shaped by their beginnings and attached to their forest roots. And we know this because we're still attached to our forest roots. Our settlements, our gardens reflect our desire to live among trees. Endless studies show the social and health benefits of living with woods, and our cities have tree-lined avenues and parks. We love being with trees. But there's a second reason why trees are important to us as people. For millennia in most of the world, man has been a great engineer of the environment. We've been amending our wooded world for millennia, like beavers, we're ecosystem engineers. And lost in the mists of time is the moment when, with stone axes and sticks and spears, our ancestors began to change the shape of the forests. More than 100,000 years ago, we began to use fire to burn the land and forest to help us hunt. 40,000 years ago, when we arrived in Europe, modern man in Ice Age conditions sat around flickering fires to tell stories of hunting with spears and draw tales with charcoal on the walls of caves. Shortly after the Ice Age ended, about 12,000 years ago, people were coppicing hazel in Scotland. 6,000 years ago, Neolithic farmers with stone axes began to carve farmland out of the woods, beginning a deforestation that only accelerated with the introduction of bronze and later iron technologies. By Norman times, 950 years ago, we know from the Doomsday Book that only 15% of our land was forest, and most of that was grazed by cattle or pigs. And the remaining forest we've managed ever since with hand saws and horses giving way to chainsaws and harvesters and forwarders. We have extraordinary control over our domesticated forest. But the fact that we can control it is not the most important thing. It's not our most important connection. It's why we do it and how we do it that's the real stamp of man. Our forest is driven by conscious choices, not just economic needs, but fashions and pastimes, our imaginations, our politics and our policies that now run hand in hand with nature, deciding how we direct this landscape. And this humanness explains why the multidisciplinary nature of treescapes is so important. Of course, every forest is different. Places are different. People are different. And above all, the rural forest that I live in is different from the urban. And I'm really aware when I'm speaking and I'm talking that I'm framed by my experience. And I apologize for my rural bias because, not least, I know that the urban forest matters. If anything more, because in cities, people tend to be more intimately intertwined with their trees. And there are many, many more people. And in fact, in places like London, the forest cover is greater than it is where I live in Devon. But the importance of treescapes is further underlined because we live in this time of extraordinary change. Old paradigms are dissolving, and most concerning for trees is that our climate is changing. And the record temperatures of last year, while they've illustrated this dramatically, are only part of the problem. Other changes, even more concerning, are occurring. The physical law of Clausius Clapeyron, which I'm sure you all know, dictates that for every rise in temperature, there is a 7% increase in the capacity of the atmosphere to hold moisture. What this means is that the moisture can be sucked up in the atmosphere and cause more droughts. And then more of it is available to fall on the land and cause more severe rainfall. The devastating droughts in the US, China and Europe, and the floods of Pakistan will in decades become no longer exceptional, but quite normal. And Britain won't be immune. So we need to think about this. And there are other changes. A more energetic atmosphere causes more wind and the jet stream moves. And there are biological side effects like increasing plant disease and migrating species. In the face of this, we must change the way we think. We must create forests fit for the future. Forests to thrive in a different world, a new forest paradigm. And you're part of trying to create that new forest paradigm. Easy to say, but hard to do. As a society, we find it difficult to respond to gradual change. It's not our fault. We evolved to cope with immediate problems, not creeping change. Our political structures are good at the short term, well, some think so, but better, certainly better than the longer term. And we've got an understandable tendency to use the past, which we know about, to inform the future, which we don't know about. It's understandable, but it's not acceptable. With forests starting to tackle the problems urgent, because we need to be thinking about 50 years from now. Forest lead times are long. It takes 100 years before an oak tree is really even starting to be interesting. And where will our climate be in 100 years' time? So we must change. The rest of my time on this talk today, I will talk about why treescapes are so critical in supporting this shift. And then as a bit of a case study, I will tell the story of how my own family's paradigms have shifted over the last century. But first, treescapes. As I said before, working with people is important, and a cross-disciplinary approach is essential. Every expertise has much to offer, but working together, we're even more powerful. We need sound science to solve the plethora of problems being thrown at us. We need the rigor and discipline and honesty to question conventional wisdom and be unafraid to come to unpopular conclusions. The more we learn about trees, the more there is to learn. How they remember, for instance, is an important question. Going on at this very moment is a plant health conference in Westminster. I was there yesterday, and somebody mentioned that for every degree rise in temperature, there is a 10% increase in disease. It stands to reason the bugs are more active, all sorts of things are happening. But we've lost our elm trees to Dutch elm disease. We're fast losing ash to ash dieback, and oak in the Midlands particularly is threatened by acute oak decline. These three species 100 years ago were our main timber trees. What will we have in 100 years' time? We need science to help mitigate these consequences. Also today is the Association of Professional Foresters show. The Twitter feed around it, which I follow, is full of questions about the best use of trees to sequester carbon, and at the same time, how we make sure these stores of carbon are resilient. We need to be brave in looking at tree species. One example is that there's been a conventional wisdom of the last 30 years to view what I think of as the ancient trees, the conifers that have been here for 300 million years. They were here for 200 million years before the interloper angiosperm broadleaves emerged. And these trees provide the timber that we use. Most of the bits of wood in this room will have come from those. And they sequester carbon more rapidly than broadleaves. So we can't afford to maintain sacred cows, and science is critical in being honest and looking at these things. History too is important. We have to understand the past to grow the future on solid roots. History gives us perspective. Many of you will know that the trees we call native arrived in Britain over a geologically very, very short period between 11,700 years ago when the ice withdrew and 8,000 years ago when the North Sea finally flooded and cut off our land connection to Europe. The consequence is that we have a tiny collection of native tree species. We forget that before the ice ages swept the country clean, we had a rich, diverse habitat. On the other hand, since the North Sea flooded, our plant collecting and our benign climates left us with an extraordinary collection of non-native trees, many of which are relatives of the trees that were here before. How we manage this tension between the human attraction to the native and the opportunity of other tree species in the fight of climate change is an important question. The last 300 years of our forest is especially rich in history, and I know Treescapes is looking at this. But one of the things that's interesting to me is that while we deforested earlier than many realise, we've also been afforesting for much longer than we realise. The agricultural depression that began in the 1870s was a signal, really, for us to change our approach to farming. And since then, we've more than doubled our tree cover. And just as unnoticed, over the last 300 years, our forests have become older and larger than they've been, probably since Norman and Saxon kings were on the throne. Before mechanisation, trees were cut by axe and loaded by hand. So there was more than some incentive to make sure that logs grew in handleable sizes. Mechanisation has changed all of that. Good science, well-researched history and objective perspectives will not of themselves change a paradigm. This can only be changed by good communication and sticky stories. These days, the loudest and most eloquent voices driving society's attitudes to forests are environmental writers, only a few of whom have practical experience of managing woods. They cherry pick at half understood science or history to justify a story when they want to. It works well, and romantic passions are amplified by the electronic echo chambers of the modern world, and these voices are the backdrop of how we manage our trees. They're important voices. We need this energy to solve the practical challenges we face with climate change, and there's an important role for Treescapes in directing this energy. Conversely, the voices of the muddy fingers whose expertise lie in the actual management of the land are quiet by comparison. I know from personal experience that many feel disenfranchised and frustrated by the important things they feel they have to say. How can we capture the knowledge and make it more widely understood of the people who are really involved in managing our forests? I'm glad of the skills of social scientists and storytellers in the Treescapes programme, because their power to reconcile these voices, communicate clear messages, are essential to develop practical ways forward, workable and publicly acceptable. We need everybody's skills. But I'm optimistic we'll do it, because we've done it before, and the story of my own family's forests are a microcosm of these shifts. The Perridge forest came to me from my father Paul. His own father, Henry, gave them to him, and in return Henry received them from my great-grandfather William. And over these 4 generations, attitudes to management have shifted, reflecting the times we've lived in. William came in a time of agricultural depression at the early 20th century. His woods included non-native species, but predominantly oak coppice. The paradigm he lived in was acceptance of the economic irrelevance of the woods at the time. All this changed on the declaration of war in 1914. The better timber of the woods was requisitioned. There was a bit of replanting, but the paradigm of heavy exploitation continued when the remaining good timber was requisitioned for a Second World War. After the war, in the devastated forests, when my father took over in 1960, it was a moment of great public optimism. Politicians concerned about the balance of payments deficits and that we needed to be less dependent on the rest of the world drove an agenda of building productive woods, and my father took this to heart. Farmland too steep to farm with newfangled tractors, or forest with no signs of recovering from the devastation of the wars, was planted often with a range of conifers. When I took on the forest 30 years later, ideas had changed and a new generation of thinking was concerned that the production focus of the previous 30 years had gone too far. There was a new drive to preserve the native and increase biodiversity. But 30 years on, looking forward and looking back, I wonder the extent to which the current paradigm went too far. Should we not be looking further forward? Biodiversity remains important, and native species too, but there are other issues. At Perridge, already droughts are more frequent, rainfall more intense, plagues more common. The ash is dying, and even though not too many trees have died in this summer's droughts, it's been a near-run thing. I breathed a sigh of relief last winter when the serious storms missed southwest England. So there's no room at all for complacency. So how are we doing with managing the forest now? Well, we still produce sustainable timber. If anything, the world needs more of it. We sell about 2,000 cubic meters a year, but we don't harvest all the timber that grows. Some is retained as a carbon sink. I continue to plant a bit, but our main focus is storing carbon in bigger, older trees. And this year we're beginning to monitor soil carbon as well. We work on broadening our range of species. Diversity is essential, not only for the forest itself, but for the insects, birds and mammals, as it helps provide resilience. And we're lucky too, we farm the land between the trees. And supported by this interaction, we have a good range of red list species birds. This all sounds very practical, but in fact, my links to the forest are visceral and emotional, human and personal. I'm hefted to it by story and the desire to hand on to my children and grandchildren a forest that functions. So I'm really glad that myth and story is woven into the conference today. Stories can help us change. There's power in myth to raise consciousness, face the uncomfortable, and to alter perspectives. And forests have a particularly special place in these stories. Heroes and heroines enter forests to face fears and uncertainty and discover their true selves. One of my favorite stories is the great European myth of Parzival. Parzival was born in a forest. He spent most of his life traveling in a forest. He learnt about himself seeking the Holy Grail. And the thing he learnt in the forest was to ask the right question. In these stories, the wise ideas for change come from the lonely and liminal edge of woods, quiet, brave, uncomfortable, difficult voices outside the village gossip. And research, like myth, is about understanding the difficult and the unknown. And we're here today to listen, to talk, and to learn, to go into the forest of ideas that are on show in this lecture hall and overcome and come out wiser as a consequence. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Harry. I think you're right to emphasize the importance of the kind of imaginative realm as well as the scientific. And I think Future Treescapes is trying to achieve that blend, actually. So it's unusual in that respect. Really, really wonderful. Okay, I think it's time now to hear from the projects. So we're now going to have a series of presentations from people involved in the individual first call projects. And there'll be a chance to have just brief questions after each presentation. And then we will have we're going to have 3 projects first, have a break, and then the following 3 projects. So I'm very pleased to be able to invite Piran White to come to the stage, Piran. And Piran is going to speak about his own project, Connected Treescapes.
Right, good morning, everybody. It's really great to have the opportunity to talk to you this morning about connected treescapes. So I lead connected treescapes with my colleague Julia Tuza. There's a lot of organisations involved in this project, so I won't run through this slide in detail. We have 9 research institutions. We work with 9 partner institutions, and we're represented across the team by at least 10 disciplines, and we'll come back to the disciplinary perspectives later. So what is our vision for connected treescapes? So what we're trying to do in connected treescapes is to provide new understanding and practical guidance with the aim of developing future treescapes that contribute to multiple policy objectives, and I'll come back to those in a bit. And the important thing is that these treescapes should be resilient to risks. So this is the overall vision that guides the research that we're doing. So what are our specific research questions? Firstly, we're interested in social and ecological histories. So how have these combined to create the treescapes we see today? Secondly, how do the form and function of treescapes affect 3 key benefits that we're looking at? So these are biodiversity and nature recovery, health and well-being, and culture and heritage. Thirdly, how can we maximize these benefits that we get from treescapes while at the same time enhancing their resilience in the face of various risks? And the final question is, what are the opportunities, barriers, and delivery mechanisms for expanding UK treescapes to continue providing these and multiple other benefits? So how does this project contribute to the programme aims? Well, we contribute to a number of different aims across the programme. Our project is going to improve understanding of the environmental, social, economic, and cultural benefits that are provided by treescapes. We're going to make new discoveries about how treescape form and function contribute to these multiple benefits. We're going to gain new knowledge around risks and vulnerabilities that treescapes face under environmental change and various other pressures and how these interact. We're also going to be developing new tools for analysing these multiple benefits and risks in a holistic manner using an approach called portfolio analysis. And finally, we're going to inform decision-making through developing a toolkit that contains useful and practical information and guidelines for policymakers and practitioners. So how are we working across the disciplines? Well, our project, as the name implies, Connected Treescapes, is all about connections. We're interested in connections between histories and cultures, risks and resilience, health and well-being, biodiversity, people and trees, because people are at the heart of the treescapes, and policy and practice. And we're joining many disciplines together in investing our research into these different questions. So we're drawing from economics, from ecology, from law, from qualitative social sciences, and so on. And at the heart of our project is case studies. So these case studies form the focus of our activities. We work with our partners in these case studies to identify and understand the key challenges that they're facing. And then we bring our different disciplines together and integrate them in a holistic way to understand and tackle these challenges at case study level. And we combine this case study approach with some work also at national level, which provides a wider context for some of the things and the challenges that people face at the case study level. So these are the case studies that we're working in. We're working in the National Forest in England, the Mersey Forest, we're working in the Northern Ireland border woodlands, the Brecon Beacons National Park, and also in South Central Scotland. So we've got a good distribution of case studies throughout the UK. So what have we achieved to date? So obviously, as with all the projects, the work is underway. So lots of this is kind of emerging and developing. But we've been undertaking historical deep mapping. So what we mean by deep mapping is going beyond standard 2-dimensional maps to develop multi-layered approaches to understanding place and the role and the links of people to place. So we've been doing deep mapping in this way for Llandeboy Estate and Moorn Park in Northern Ireland, and also Dalkeith Country Park and Drumlanrig Castle in Scotland. And we'll shortly be starting to do that work in the Brecon Beacons. We've also been looking on the biodiversity side at species trends. So some of the work that we've been doing has been looking at species distributions of invertebrates. And we've been looking at long-term data between 1970 and 2015 to try and understand patterns of changes over this long term and to look at associations with treescapes, to try and understand to what extent treescapes may be changing treescapes may be driving changes in invertebrate distributions, and what sort of invertebrates are increasing, which are declining, etc. So this graph on the right-hand side, which is obviously too small for the text to be read, the important things in this is the colours. So broadly, on the horizontal axis, we've got species growth rate. So to the right of the 0, species are increasing. To the left of the 0, they're declining. And on the vertical axis here, we've got lots of various invertebrates. Out of all the invertebrate species, the ones that are associated with forests are shown in the green colours. And you look at this and you can see, well, this is quite a jumbled picture. And indeed, it is highly complex. What we've discovered is that there's species that are increasing and species that are declining. And the pattern is really quite complicated. And part of what we're doing in the next stage is trying to understand what's going on in this data. But it shows that species overall that have some sort of intermediate association with treescapes, and not the highly forested treescapes, not the really sparse ones, but somewhat intermediate, those have been generally increasing. We've also been developing new methods for surveying, some using traditional social science methods such as questionnaires, but others using more interactive techniques, which I'll mention again later, for trying to evaluate the health and well-being benefits of treescapes. And this is some work again where we've benefited from our interdisciplinary approach, and I'll come back to that. And we're also starting to develop the analytical frameworks for applying our portfolio approach to trying to guide choices on treescapes, thinking across these multiple benefits and how we can manage those different benefits, taking account of the different factors that might affect them in different ways, but also the risks and vulnerabilities. So I'm going to finish with a couple of examples of cross-disciplinary working. And one of the things that we've been working on since the start of the project is treescape typologies. So by typologies, we mean ways in which we can describe the treescapes in the landscape. And we can do that in historical ways, using historic landscape classifications, and we can do that in environmental ways, using more objective data around land cover and so on. And what we're trying to do working across the disciplines is trying to understand the differences between these techniques and where we can gain insights from understanding some of the historic approaches, such as looking at more at historical land uses and combining them with some of the higher resolution environmental data that we can gather from big data sets. And as part of the health and well-being work, we're interested in how structure and function of treescapes affect people's perceptions and their well-being. We're about to launch a resident survey, and we've been collaborating with Go Jauntly, the app developer, to launch some walks for people to undertake and deliver data through their mobile phones that we will then analyse. And this interdisciplinary working has created lots of opportunities for shared learning and understanding and new ways of approaching the problems. So just to finish, I'd like to acknowledge the whole of the Connected Treescapes team. We've got about more than 30 people now working across the team, tackling these issues. I'd also like to thank Jess Allen for the pictures that I've used in the presentation. As I mentioned, this is led by myself and Julia Touser at the University of York, and there's our contact details, and there's a couple of websites if you want to learn more about the project. Thank you very much.
Really interesting presentation. We've got time for a few questions. We've got some roaming mics, so if anybody would like to ask a question or have a comment on the first presentation, please put your hand up. And I would ask that when you're using the mic, can you make sure you speak into it, because we're recording the event today so that we can share it with people who haven't been here today. And if you don't hold it there, we're not going to capture what you say. So, anybody? There's one over here. Thank you. Maybe you could say your name and where you're from. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tilly Collins from here, in fact, I work with Clive in the Centre for Environmental Policy. And I'm curious about that insect sampling. It's a very specific question. Is this sampling that you're doing now, or are you looking into historical data? And how are you allocating species to groups? Because it seemed a very mixed picture in that sector.
So species are grouped according to their taxonomic group. So that's like a biological classification of the species. So,
yes, but they seemed inconsistent in the groupings.
Right. So this is work that's been done by CEH. So I haven't been primarily involved in this work, so I can't answer that question in detail. But I can say that these data sets, that historic data sets that CEH have been compiling, and so they're from 1970 through to 2015. So the historical ones, but we're not collecting new data to look at that. I don't know. Unfortunately, our colleague from CEH, who knows this data set the best, isn't actually here today. She wasn't able to come. But I don't know if any of the team can comment more on the classifications or whatever. Jane, do you want to?
Hi, yes, Jane Hill from the University of York. Tilly, yeah, those data are the ones that are published in Charlie Outhwaite's paper. So they're the unstructured records for something like 20 different invertebrate taxa across the UK, the citizen science records. Yeah.
Thank you. We've got another question at the back. Thank you.
Hi, I know you're referencing for the UK, but I just had a question which is more for the Global South. In the Global South, there's a lot of mining and deforestation for extracting minerals. But with that, the consequence is that all the invertebrates, the earthworms, the minerals, they're all dug up and there's nothing left. So do you have anything to comment on that? Because it's not just the ecosystems, it's the water, everything's devastated. And when we're talking about trees, is the trees that are gone, but the purpose that they are removed in the Global South is for these solutions that we're going for, renewables, you know, Green New Deal. So the whole supply chain is littered with these green solutions, but the green solution consequences is the invertebrates, the creators of the soil, are decimated and removed. Do you have any comments on for the Global South perspective? Because that's where the real impact and damage is happening. Thank you.
Well, our project isn't looking at the Global South, obviously. I mean, how we manage the Global South is an issue that concerns the Global North in terms of project. Forests in the Global South are often managed in the way that they are because of Global North pressures, as you know. So this is a kind of a whole global issue about how we manage the forests across the globe in a more sustainable way, in a more strategic way. And I'm very aware that I'm a co-director of the Interdisciplinary Global Development Centre at York, as well as working on this project. I'm hugely aware of what we do in this country being an extremely bad example historically of what happens in the rest of the world. And, you know, we've exported really bad, astonishingly bad practices to many countries that we've exploited for centuries, which is, you know, absolutely appalling. This programme is looking specifically at the UK, but I think that, you know, looking at our project in terms of multiple benefits, we also need to look at some of those forests in the Global South in terms of multiple benefits. So purely focusing on, you know, destroying the forest for mining is obviously, you know, not good practice. So we need to think about how we can manage those forests in a much more sustainable way, and whether we can merge or combine some of these uses, because these demands are not going to go away because they're caused by the Global North, as well as increasingly by countries developing in the Global South. So we're always going to have these pressures, and it's a question of how we think strategically about how to manage those pressures better. So locally, I think there's always going to be issues. Forests are destroyed, but as we see in this country over a long number of years, they do recover. They don't recover necessarily the same because they don't always come back, but we can restore them, and we are increasing knowledge about how to restore them. But this, I mean, this, you know, our project can't hope to tackle this global problem of how we treat forests and how we do that in a population that's growing and a population that is rightfully wanting to develop.
A diversity of speakers from the global south, in as much as the diversity of trees as well. Thank you.
Sorry, but we're going to have to move on. Maybe carry on the conversation in the break. If you could, that would be great. Thank you. Sorry, time's ticking on. Thank you very much, Piran, and you took the first slot, which is always a difficult one to kick things off, but thanks very much for that presentation. Now we're going to hear from the Voices of the Future project. We've got a triple act for this presentation. So I'd like to introduce Khawla, Badwan, Liz Curtis and Clare Rishbeth. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. We continue with the spirit of storying and storytelling with which we opened our conference today. I'm afraid it will not be as structured or skillfully presented as the story that we started with, but this is going to be our story, the story of Voices of the Future. This is a project that collaborates with children and young people. And as Harry reminded us today in his keynote, it's really important to challenge conventional wisdom. And we would like to add that it's really important to challenge conventional sources of knowledge. Most of the sources of knowledge that we have in discussions around treescapes, trees, sustainability, nature are adult-centric, and we would like to challenge that. I would like you to take 2 seconds, look around you in the room. Do you find children in the room? Children are busy, they are at school. They have other important things to do. But believe me when I tell you they are hungry. They're devastated, they're full of hunger, but they're also full of hope. And they've got lots of things to say to us about their future, about the present, and about things that they've learned from their history lessons about the past. Voices of the Future is this project that actually walks into schools and colleges and organizations that work with children and young people. We like to meet children and young people where they are, and this is what this project is about. And yes, as we are meeting children and young people with where they are, we're also engaging in very uncomfortable conversations, but we also engage in some hopeful conversations as well. So to tell you a little bit about our project, sorry, I'm trying to move to the next slide. Yes, I managed, thank you so much. A little bit about the vision for the project. This is a project that is trying to listen to children and young people differently. And when we say listening differently, it's not a question of tell me what you know about trees or tell me what you know about this or that. We'll share with you some examples of how we try to listen and attend differently using a methodology of presencing, a methodology of dwelling, and using research as utopia. As we're doing this, we're developing nuanced understanding of naturing. I am an applied linguist, and I'm always fascinated by turning nouns into verbs. So I'm going to use naturing, dare I say treeing, because nature and trees mean different things to different people. It could be something pure, romantic to some people, but it could also be stressful and traumatic to other people. How do we develop nuanced understandings of nature and trees? This is what we are trying to do. And again, signposting to Harry's keynote, we are trying to capture voice, not a holistic voice, but a divergent voice that is taking us into multiple directions and that is keeping us really busy as we're constantly chasing the wind. And in the middle of all of that, we are keen to integrate science with lived experience. And we're going to show you some examples today of how we're doing this. I know we're pushed for time, so please come to our stand and speak to us, and we'll be able to share more about our project. How does this project relate to the overall aims of the Treescapes programme? I'll hand over to my colleague Claire, who's going to talk us through that.
Excellent. So I think here, if you have a look, it's very much related to these different themes. It's about children and young people as people who value urban treescapes, but also have their own knowledge, skills and experience, their hope, their actions that contribute to change already in many different ways and at different scales. And we're interested in how this relates to the kind of broader national issue of treescapes and how that can explore kind of both the histories of that, what's happening at the moment and what can happen in the future. I think time is always a really important part of this, the timescale of young people's lives connected with the timescales of our national landscapes.
Yes, and just like our previous speaker, from the Connected Treescapes project, we're also weaving together a range of disciplines, and with that comes a range of disciplinary knowledge and skills. And this allows us to attend to the dynamic hybridity of treescapes, which is a very fancy way of saying we're all learning that you can have a tree, you can have a few trees, you can have a stand of trees, a forest, but treescapes is a way of thinking differently about both how tree scientists look at trees and also how children and young people, their teachers and other adults who work with them. So it's through this entanglement of trees, children and young people, forest ecology, landscape architecture, linguistics, philosophy, palynology, that's studying trees in the past, helps us think about helps to inform us how trees of the future might look, and central to our project, as Khawla said, is children and young people. So social sciences and art practice create spaces for tree scientists, forest ecologists to work directly with those children and young people, their teachers, policymakers and planners to develop a mutually understandable language for the place of trees in uncertain times.
So to share with you some examples of some of the achievements that we've done across the different work packages, I'm going to start with a work package that works with primary school children in Manchester. We're sharing with you here pictures from a listening exercise, which doesn't sound like listening to you, but this is listening through more than just listening. Please do come to our stands and we'll share with you more pictures, and we'll share with you our rationale behind listening in a different way. These are drawings from the children with lots of messages and reflections on activities, experiences, epistemologies, things they know, things they don't know, things they would like us to do. We also designed a woodland with the children. So as you see the pictures at the top of the slide, they are examples from an activity where we provided the children with Play-Doh. Yes, Play-Doh to design a woodland. We provided them with Play-Doh, colours and sheets, and we asked them to dream and imagine what kind of woodland they would like to see. And we also tried to bring together all of these designs into one design. Believe me when I tell you that was a really difficult task. But they were very supportive. I told the children, I'm really sorry, I can't fit in all of these designs. They wanted a river in that piece of land. So we had to explain that it's beyond our power. We also planted that woodland with the children. And we were very proud that the Mayor of Trafford joined us on that day. You could imagine the fascination by the chain of the Mayor on that day. We also took the children outside to the nearest park to the school, and we engaged them in tree survey and carbon science activities. So you see children here measuring tree diameter at chest height. When we say chest height, very adult centric, think about chest height for a child, how difficult that was for us. And believe me, they asked me the question, why is chest height the reference? And I had no clue what to say apart from saying that's how scientists do it. So I'm conscious of time. These are some of the activities that we did with the children. Another work package looks at trying to improve our understanding of urban trees and trying to understand how they store carbon, trying to revisit the approximation that you see here on the left picture. And we're hoping that we'll be able to share some of these revisions to the approximations with a wide range of stakeholders, including the TreesELA team. Please do come and talk to us if you're interested in this. My colleague Simon will be more than happy to explain how we're doing this and why we're doing this. We're also toying with the idea of tree twinning, that is twinning a child to a tree. That twinning looks at children's footprint and comparing that footprint with the carbon stored in trees. Come and talk to us if you'd like to know more about this idea of tree twinning. More work from Aberdeen.
So very quick catch up. We have a sort of northern branch to our project up in Aberdeen. We've been fortunate that we're working with a school who has what turns out to be, I see from our brochure, is Nature Scott's first wee forest. So we're looking forward to working alongside children and their teachers this year as they look after that forest. So the questions we're asking is about how does living with trees that you've planted contribute to children's interest and engagement with trees? What kinds of knowledge and skills do they develop? And is the work that they'll do in maintaining their forest separate, different, integrated with the learning that they'll do within the kind of tighter curriculum of school? Looking at sort of older young people, one of our team is working with the Scottish Rural University College, SRUC, and is working with students who are doing countryside management. And again, this was where we're looking backwards and forwards. So it's a case of coming in and looking at past practices of forestry and thinking about how students might embed that in the future.
So these photos are from a project which is a sensory ethnography of rural and urban landscapes, so trees very much within a landscape, and using art to respond and represent these. It's the researcher and an artist are collaborating with a group of young people from asylum seeker backgrounds and using their own experiences and interests to sort of think about how these experiences of nature and of trees connect across countries and continents and different stages of their lives. And Mahmoud and Hamid are going to talk to us later, just after lunch, with a bit more about that. They are youth leaders in this project. And this is a work package which is trying to understand how young people are already engaging in leadership and work around nature activism and engagement. And we want to see what we can learn from what's already happening and to look at particularly initiatives that give voice to underrepresented groups and make that connection between climate justice and social justice. So these are projects that we have already interviewed, still slightly underway. So if you've got any good new ones for us, then please do come and find me. Sort of things that we're understanding is the importance of care for one another within these projects, for practical, hopeful actions, for the importance of time spent in nature, and that's almost especially for those people involved in activism, and the insight given between local and global connections by people with migration links. In the second stage, we'll spend more time with the young people involved in some of these projects, looking at how they participate, what draws them in, and also what their future kind of roles are as they move out, but as they become older, what shapes their values and their roles in society. We also have just final slide. If we just so this is us, and we also have a seminar series. If you're interested in attending or even presenting, do come and find us. And that's us. I think we'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Really fascinating to get the younger generation's perspective on treescapes. I think before the break, we've got time for a couple of questions. We've got one over here. We do encourage you to go and talk to all the projects on their stands. They've all set out stands with lots more information, but there'll also be time this afternoon in the discussion sessions for further input from you and discussion. But we've got time for a couple of questions here.
Judy Ling Wong, President of Black Environment Network. I wonder, in your work with children, how do you approach children that live in places where they have hardly any contact with trees with your questions?
That's a really good question. Thank you very much. In fact, one of the school that I reported on is a school which is located in an area that doesn't have lots, well, the school itself doesn't have access to green spaces. And one of the things I remember in our early conversations with the school leadership about this project, they said one of the things that our children wanted is they wanted access to green spaces, but we don't have green spaces in the school. So in response to that question, it's one of the things that children recognize. They know, and children in these areas, they know that they don't access green spaces. And it's one of these things that bother them. And one of the things that we try to do in response to that is by going to a nearby area that the school calls the field and try and negotiate with the council to try and arrange a lease agreement. And it took it was a very long process, but finally it did happen. And that is a very small way of saying we can do something about providing green access. And I think we were quite fortunate that we're working with the right school and children who recognize that they don't have access to green spaces. And through this, we could see what happens, the possibilities, the educational possibilities, cultural, social, political, all sorts of possibilities that we can open up when we provide young people with access to green spaces. But I totally agree with you, that is a major issue. And there are so many schools across the country that do not have access to green spaces. Thank you.
One question here.
Hello, I'm Louise Gathercole. I'm a PhD researcher in oak tree genomes, but I used to be a primary school teacher. And I was interested to know whether that you have any plans or any vision for scaling some of these projects up so that schools can run them themselves and you can reach a wider range of people.
I think this is a great question, and this is exactly where we are, and my colleagues at Aberdeen are thinking of the same thing. So one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to devise all of these activities, and then we're going to turn these activities into learning resources that will go on the project website. We're also collaborating with Manchester City of Trees, a local organisation in Manchester, and on their website they have a range of educational resources, and we did agree that we'll work together on making sure that whatever resources we produce as a result of this project is made available on their website and on our website. I think Liz can talk more about what their plans are for Aberdeen, but that's certainly one of the things that we are thinking about in order to maximise the educational impact of the project. Liz?
I just want to say something, it's maybe slightly sideways to this, but co-production's a kind of core part of how we're working. So actually working alongside teachers as they develop, they're thinking around different ways of sort of enacting whichever curriculum they're working with, because it's very different Scotland to England, and also thinking about then how they can then communicate that to other teachers. So certainly in Scotland, we'll be able to work through Education Scotland's Scottish Learning Festival, for example. So there are a range of different ways, but I think that giving people skills or more confidence, and certainly from our point of view, learning from teachers who are already experienced. So we have a very broad range of skills and knowledge within the teachers we work with. Don't know if that's helpful. But
Thank you. I think we've run out of time for questions now, but if you do have further questions, please go and see the Voices of the Future team on their stand. It's now time for a short coffee break. I think we've got 15 minutes. So if you could try and make your way back in here. What time do we need to get back in here?
We're now going to hear from 4 further projects. 4 further Call 1 projects. We're going to follow the same procedure as before, so brief presentations and then hopefully time for 1 or 2 questions from the floor. Just to remind you again, you'll have a chance this afternoon in the panel session to ask further questions and have further discussion with all of the projects. So that's great. So can we begin with MEMBRA? And I'm going to like to invite Estrella to come up and present. Estrella.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, cool. Excellent. So yeah, thank you very much. My name is Estrella Diez. You have my details there if you need them, and also some information about MEMBRA. We have a Twitter account and a website. So MEMBRA stands for Understanding Memory of UK Treescapes for Better Resilience and Adaptation. So what is MEMBRA? You may have heard already a little bit about the project. So what we are trying to understand here is that whether trees and how trees acquire, retain, and transmit memory of stress, okay? So we are going to investigate this through understanding changes in epigenetics. So these are changes that happen to the DNA that don't alter the DNA sequence, but they are also affecting gene expression and therefore can affect phenotypes. We are going to do this specifically looking at changes in DNA methylation. So there is going to be a lot of sequencing going on in the project. So, okay. So we know that the stress affects trees, okay? It affects tree dynamics, forest dynamics. So we know that when we have a drought, we have less growth of the trees. We know that when we have late frost, we also have these very quirky phenotypes of the trees. You know, they don't grow straight. They are not valuable for the industry anymore. We also know that when we have an insect defoliation event, then you don't have that much leaf area, and then therefore you don't do, the trees don't do that much photosynthesis. And when we have disease, we also have less growth in the trees. Also, so these are all stresses that we have, but we also know that exposing trees to elevated levels of CO2 also changes forest dynamics. It also increases the growth of the trees. And you may think, this is not a stress. Okay, this may not be a stress, but we know that actually too much of the good stuff can also trigger a stress in the tree. And for example, trees that have been exposed to elevated levels of CO2 are more susceptible to diseases, like for example, powdery mildew in oak. So these are all stresses that happen. Trees are being exposed to stress and to stimuli that change the growth of the trees. But the epigenetic legacy of trees exposed to such events remains unknown. We don't know whether these events, these stress events, actually are triggering a change in the tree that it can retain that memory, maintain it, and transmit it to following generations. So this is what we are going to be doing in MEMBRA. Okay, so what stresses we are looking at? We are looking at abiotic stresses like drought, late frost, and elevated CO2. As I told you, we consider it as stress. And also biotic stress like insect infestation, as dieback disease that we have a really serious problem in the UK, and also at acute oak decline. And then I'm going to move to this slide because it's slightly complicated, but I actually love it. It's the central part of our project. So we have different hypotheses. The first hypothesis is that the stress results in memory. That is our main hypothesis, okay? So you have trees that are exposed to stress, and then you have a difference in something that we call it memory, okay? So we have hypothesized as well that actually the strength and the frequency of the stress also impacts the memory. So the more strength, so the stronger the stress and the stronger the frequency, the higher the frequency, you have more memory. So this this makes sense. Also, we have hypothesized that tree age is important. So younger trees are also capable of taking more memory. So this is like children, you know, like children have the capacity to actually retain more things and then adapt to what is coming in life. Maybe all people are not that good at memorizing. And also we hypothesize that actually fast growing trees don't seem to take that much memory in them. So it's like this live fast, die young kind of thing. So if you live slow, you kind of learn a little bit more, right? So these are our hypotheses that we have. And to test this hypothesis, we are going to, well, take sampling from trees that have suffered from stress, from drought maybe many years ago, like in the 50s, that are suffering from stress right now, like they are being exposed to elevated CO2, that they are being exposed to disease. And sadly, we have all the part of the disease, the trees don't recover. So that is only something that we can look at the present time. Yes, okay. And we are looking at this into young trees and also mature trees, and we are looking into 6 different tree species, including a conifer, a Sitka spruce, that if there are any molecular biologists in the room, you may think you are gonna sequence a conifer. Yes, we are gonna sequence a conifer, okay? Because it's, the genome is huge, okay? But MEMBRA is much more than this, okay? We are also going to look through a series of art-led approaches. We are going to study how the concept of tree memory can itself affect human moral relationship to trees. And this is like a really complicated sentence. It's basically to try to understand how the knowledge that trees have memories impact our perception of trees. Okay, so how that's changing, and that is something that we are going to implement into environmental ethics and also supporting consequently policy making as well. So the team, basically, we have 3 branches, like the part of more biology, the ecology, and the arts and humanities. We are 5 institutions, and then we are kind of like merged together by this artist collective that is called the Walking Forest. And also we have a project manager that is actually in the room that is going to be, well, is already dealing with everything to do with the artists and also with the stakeholders, partners, and collaborators. So if you are one of the stakeholders, please come and see us in the stand, and Geran can guide you through some of the parts of the project. So what have we done with the artists? So this is something that we have delivered already. This is we call it the creative laboratories. And this is a workshop that brings together scientists and different specialist artists and cultural practitioners in provocateur creative tasks. So this is something that basically has been kind of breaking a little bit the limits of where the science and the arts are, and we are merging together to see how that perception changes. So how is this project actually fit to program to the Treescapes call? So it basically sits on the theme 3 of the resilience. So we are regrounding our biological understanding of tree memory and exploring that into resilience. But also we work in theme 1 quite a lot into the management practices and everything that's got to do with the expansion as well of the treescapes, especially with language. We are looking a lot into language, the language of memory of trees. So basically, we believe that we are a key contributor to the whole program, bringing all these revolutionary ideas on tree memory into academic policy making and public discourses. So the achievements, and I finish soon, is that so far we have delivered a really ambitious fieldwork campaign this summer. So we have been sampling all the part of the ecology. They have been really busy. We have been doing all the measurements, sampling, and everything. So that has been a huge effort already. Then we have also collected the material for different stresses. So we have all the material that we need for the sequencing and this epigenetic analysis of the insects, ash dieback, acute oak decline, and also the elevated CO2. And actually, we already have some sequencing data, which is really exciting, and some preliminary results for the elevated CO2. And also, we have delivered the creative laboratories that have set the basis for these deliverables that the grant has in terms of the collaboration between artists and scientists. So how we do this collaboration, we already have some stakeholders, everything to do channeled through the EFRA for policy application and public engagement. And also, we are working with something that we call MEMBRA mentors or mentors. Okay, although that word still doesn't fly. But basically, these are people that are experts in the different pillars of the science, and together with the stakeholders, we are trying to be all together into delivering this project. And the final thing that I would like to mention, especially for the stakeholders, is that the project has one word package that is information, and the other one is decisions. So we want to make informed decisions of what we are planting and what we are conserving. And actually what we want to do is to take all those progenies from the trees that are stressed, suffering from stress, and create a memory-inspired intentional forest, or what we call the MEMBRA treescape. And this is something that we need a home for these MEMBRA treescapes. So if you want to come and talk to me about it, then I will be happy to talk to you. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right, I think we have time for one question. Estrella. No, Tilly. Quick question.
Extremely fascinating. Do you think that the methylation and thus the memory can vary hugely among the cells in a tree, and thus you could end up with no consistent response, or just a huge variety?
Absolutely. That is. Everyone asks me the same. Like, what about the noise? What about the changes in DNA methylation within the tree and within different parts of the tree? So this is something that we have tried to tie together as much as possible to remove that noise. So everything that we are sampling is a very controlled experiment. So, for example, the elevated CO2, we have the phase facilities at the By4 Institute. So we have a really controlled experiment. And the ones that are suffering from drought, they really suffer from drought. We know that, we can compare it. So the experimental design is very, very well tied and very well defined in order to avoid these problems with noise and variability. And we have a lot of replication as well. So we are going to be sequencing about 500 samples from different tree species and everything. So yeah. Yeah, within the tree as well. So one of the first thing that we have done is actually to do different changes in DNA methylation at different times of the year and in different parts of the tree as well. So for example, we are optimizing everything in oak, and what we want to do is to say, okay, probably the best time to do the sampling is April, or it is actually July or whenever, and then we are consistent. We are always sampling from the same type of leaves, the same type of mid canopy, etc. So yeah. There is going to be variability, but then this is all going to be integrated within the forest dynamics models. So the idea is to, when asked me this question, I say, like, take a step back. We are not going to be looking into specific what genes are changing. We are looking at general patterns of how trees can actually acquire that change.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismail. Thank you. Good. Okay. Could I invite Alison and Mike to give a presentation?
Is that it? Right. Right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Mike Wilson from Loughborough University, from the Storytelling Academy, which is a research and teaching group looking at applied storytelling, and Alison, Dyke from talking a little bit about branching out. Branching out, our vision is around bringing together different values, different kinds of value, different kinds of knowledge, and thinking to bear upon the policy challenges facing us around urban treescapes. And we're particularly interested in the social and cultural values that we as individuals or communities attach to our urban treescapes. Because very often we feel it's the social and cultural values that get left out of a lot of the policy making and the policy discussions and the discourse that happens around treescapes for all kinds of reasons. Very often because they're very difficult to quantify. They're often felt rather than measured. and they're the kind of values that are both constructed and negotiated and communicated and renegotiated through the stories that we tell each other about our experiences and engagements with trees, and also other forms of cultural representation as well. So we're trying to bring these things together to try and create a more rounded way of intervening and in policy discussions. And we're using storytelling, we're using mapping, including historical mapping, and also the gathering of the biophysical data as well, and using citizen science. And I'm going to try and press the clicker and see what happens. There we go. So I put this up simply to show a little bit of the structure of the project, but also just to emphasize that this is around, as you see, ways to get involved. This is a project that is built around the principles of co-design and co-production and co-research. Our stakeholders, our participants, are incredibly important. In fact, they are part of our team. And we're doing that through, as you see, end user panels and citizen panels, but also around engagement in the activities that we're doing. So there's a sense that whatever we produce, and of course these things are always up for discussion and as part of the co-design process, whatever it is co-owned with the communities and the organisations that we're working with, and we hope that that will in part help lead to a kind of sustainability of this beyond the lifetime of the project itself. The other thing that's important about this is we are, as we like all the projects, a team from a wide range of disciplines, and we're taking our interdisciplinary approach very important. Very seriously. We're doing all kinds of workshops together to explore and learn from each other's disciplines, but also the involvement of our communities, our stakeholders at this co-research level, we hope will methodologically help us to move from interdisciplinarity into a transdisciplinary approach. So I am going to very briefly talk about the mapping and the storytelling. So in addition to the historical mapping that I hope you might hear a bit more later about, we're also using the a method of urban tree observatories to gather some of the data, the biophysical data. And the purpose of the urban tree observatories, and these are the three areas we're working in: Cardiff, York and Milton Keynes. And I should say our focus is on, as I said, on urban treescapes, but we are aware that whilst we can draw boundaries around urban and rural, people tend to have the nasty habit of moving around. So we're aware that these borders are somewhat leaky, and I'm all in favour of a leaky border. These have been chosen for both similarity and diversity. So Cardiff, here we have Butte Park, urban park, city centre, complex mix of tree species and size, permeable land covering. We have York, which is, as you can see, residential, green corridors, roads, sports areas, mixed land covering, and Milton Keynes, which is a civic space, essentially a tree monoculture in this area, car parks, uniformity, and quite a lot of tarmac as well. We also have, this is part of our interdisciplinary work, we have myself and Sally, our project administrator, learning how to do some tree measurements at chest height, you will see. So for the field sampling, we're using the Treezilla app, which is, I'd encourage everyone to download it and have a go if you haven't already. It's very easy to use, even I could use it, and it has predefined fields, very simple process, quick, and it can be later edited. And with the remote sensing, we're using aeroplane mounted sensors for, I have to read this bit, this is not, for RGB visible light. High resolution, hyperspectral coverage, including of the very near infrared bands. There you go. Let me hand over to Alison. Oh yeah, just this is just yeah. Sorry, the storytelling, and we're doing three stories of the past, stories of the present, stories of the future. The stories of the past, we've gathered a collection of folk tales, some of which you've heard. Pat has been doing some performances of some of those. We said we'd collect 100. I think we're into the 90s now, and this will carry on growing. They will be available on our website. We're then moving into workshops to collect stories of the present. So that's people's own experiences of being with trees. And then the final stage is stories of the future, which is using storytelling to allow people to imagine what future treescapes they would like to see. Sorry, now I'll hand over to Alison. Sorry.
So I just wanted to focus in a bit on the underpinning for a lot of our work, which is a framework of values for urban treescapes. So as we've said, the structure of the project is that we have input from panels of citizens and of end users, people who are making decisions about urban trees. And we also have all of those stories of values which we're drawing on in order to understand how people value trees. We're then using those values to think about how we can measure them. What is measurable? What's a representative value? What measures the presence of a value, and what measures the quality of a value? We've done a big literature review on that, and we're coming to the conclusion that values that are represented in the literature very often aren't that good as indicators of values that people hold, unless they're things like heritage values or things which are already quite well understood. So what we're using as the basis of our values framework is the LEAF framework, which was recently adopted by IPBES as a values framework internationally. And we've adapted that to be more specific to urban treescape. So it covers 4 frames. Living in treescapes, so that's about the ways in which urban trees and treescapes shape place where you live and work and recreate. The second frame is living from treescapes, so that's where it's closest to kind of more conventional understandings of ecosystem services. So about urban trees as resources to live from. Living with treescapes, so the ways in which urban trees and treescapes matter as a space for nature that we live with and the way that we interact with nature. And then the final one is living as treescapes, so the ways in which urban trees and treescapes matter as a part of people and the ways that people feel a part of trees, for example, through personal relationships, spiritual connections and kinship with trees. So some of those really difficult things to pin down. So we've held our first round of end user panels, and we asked them about, it's a bit small to read, but we asked them about their own personal relationships with trees, the kind of values and associations that they hold, and also the values and associations that they come across in the course of their roles. So there's a lot of commonality across the values that were coming up in each of our focal cities. So things like identity and character as a living in value, clean air as a living from value, and also things around mental health as living from. Also the ways in which treescapes provide a focus for communities coming together. And then under living with, we've got a lot of values around connecting with nature. In terms of living as, it's all about personal relationships with trees and the kinds of specific connections that we have with individual trees or with treescapes. But as well as all of those positive things that people were mentioning, there's also the negatives. There's a kind of flip side to each one of those frames where there are more negative aspects, and that's something that we can't neglect. We need to address the fact that trees aren't a positive thing for everyone in every respect. So we need to try and work with that as well. So as well as having that kind of commonality across the kind of values that are held in each of our focal cities, we've also got quite a lot of difference, and a lot of that difference is around the ways in which trees are governed in each of those cities and the kind of context that the people who are managing trees are operating in. We're in a time of austerity at the moment, and city councils are under a huge amount of pressure and have very low resources. So in some of our cities, there's an increasing role for publics to take on management and decision-making power around trees. So what we're trying to do now is to try and work out a differentiated approach that will work in each of our focal cities, to work with the kind of governance arrangements which are existing at the moment, and to work with those people who have a capacity to engage, and also think about what inequalities might arise from those who don't have the capacity to engage at the moment. We're also trying to work up some appropriate indicators. So indicators that really link values to the characteristics of treescapes, so it's possible to map and understand them on a city level. And also to try and come up with indicators which are representative and usable, but also feasible. So we need to think about the pragmatics as well, how possible it is to collect that data, and whether we can adequately represent those values, or whether the kind of decision-making systems that are used in cities need to change to incorporate different kinds of knowledge, evidence. Thank you.
Wonderful. Questions?
Here you go. I just love your project because it's about storytelling, but I'm just interested in the process of engaging with people and how that practice kind of happened. Like, how did you do that?
So, well, there are a number of ways. Do you want to say something about the end user panels, and then I'll.
Yeah, so well, we've got some very different approaches, which is how we're trying to reach a broad range of people in different ways. So we've got this kind of very loose way of engaging with publics in the broadest sense in some of the work, the more kind of outreach related work that we're doing. But then we also have a more kind of structured process as well. So we have end user panels who we have recruited from each of our cities to try and represent the range of people who are involved in decision making about trees. So there are people like friends of groups, the tree officers within the city council, local planners, consultancies, everyone that we can try and draw together in those panels, which has its challenges because obviously they have very different perspectives on the management of trees. But then we also have some citizen panels, and we're recruiting them to be more demographically representative. So we've got the people who are the kind of the converted, and we're also trying to reach a much more general population.
I should also add that Pat has an important role in this as well, because as it's saying, part of the project is that Pat is working for us with the collection of folk tales that we've gathered as part of the stories of the past to produce performances from that repertoire. And as he goes around and does those performances, which are public events, often working through existing community groups, but are open to the wider public, then that is an opportunity for us to engage with wider publics and encourage them to get involved in the next phase, which is the stories of the present work package.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, I think we are going to have to move on. There's so much to unpack from each of these very different projects, but yeah, we'll have another chance this afternoon. So thank you very much. And the next project is CASTOR, and Matt Dennis is going to present.
Thanks, Clive. So we were asked to talk about how we've been working in interdisciplinary sorts of ways on these different projects. And CASTOR draws on some diverse range of disciplines really in its various work packages. And there's a little later on this, right? So this, an obvious combination of methods, this sort of tagline. So this was used, I think, by one of the guys in work package 4 to describe their work package, but it's sort of also in a sort of sarcastic way describes how we might look at the project in general. So it's a lot of different things going on in this project, lots of different methods from different disciplines. And I'm going to in this talk sort of explain how we've tried to keep these different methodologies together in a sort of coherent sort of workflow, and how I've attempted to sort of manage this pretty wild project. So I won't take too much time on this slide. This is sort of the work packages. I think I've described this slide in various talks about 100 times over the past year. But sort of brief overview, we've got colleagues in archaeology looking at past environments and how they might influence future decision making. We've got hydrologists looking at how trees in the landscape might affect the way water behaves and how we can think about flood mitigation, flood management. We've got natural capital expertise and valuation expertise looking at things like financial incentives and different types of value, how that might affect different sort of routes towards having trees in the riparian zone. We've got colleagues from participatory GIS, and so those sorts of technologies helping us to understand how people perceive different landscapes, and that's going to involve some interventions where we use some of the data from the other work packages in a VR intervention to see if we can get people to sort of to see how malleable people's perceptions are of these different landscapes. Then we've got social arts practice colleagues working on the more cultural ties and values in these different catchments that we're working in. And then kind of a spatial ecological dimension, which is me and a few other colleagues looking at how connectivity, quality and disturbance in different woodlands in the riparian zone affects their contribution in terms of nature recovery. And so in terms of interdisciplinarity then, there's various kind of data dependencies here. So work package 1 will feed into what we visualize in work package 4 using these VR interventions. Likewise, they might affect how people change their sort of feelings about value once they know about how past landscapes that they live in might have looked. Work package 6 is going to have to give some data on where all the trees are to work package 2 to do all the flood modelling. So there's certain data dependencies in there which force us to be interdisciplinary. And there's more kind of higher level sort of conceptual integration, if you like, that we'll need to do. So we talk a lot on the project about, well, you know, work package 6, we can just get along and do whatever modelling and with lots of secondary data, big data, come up with different scenarios, and it's a great job done. But to actually communicate these and to get to a point where people might take on board, you know, what we found and what we suggest, we need this and we need this to agree with it, right? So that kind of integration has to happen. Otherwise, this is a kind of a hiding to nothing, and it's just a bit of academic indulgence, really. So sorts of ways we've been working together to try and bring all these different sort of eclectic methods to work together. Some informal methods. So you thought this might happen. My mic's come on. Oh, that's good. Where was I? Yeah, so we hold a weekly cafe where we pretty much talk about anything. There's no agenda. I don't tend to lead it too much. I host it, but I don't tend to lead this too much or direct it too much. And so it's a way for people just to discuss what they're working on, what their concerns are, anything new that they've heard about that we need to be aware of. Have a fact-finding, well, for me, it's a kind of fact-finding exercise, but for everyone else, it's just a cup of coffee. So that works quite well. We've done some more kind of informal things where we've been to events. This is us at Timberfest, trying to work out with Andrew where all the trees should go. This is just three blokes at the top of a hill near Homeford, sort of a last summer wine scene there for you. But we've got an artist, don't tell them I said that, an artist, an ecologist and a geographer musing over, you know, where trees should be in this landscape. Thank you. And then plenty of walking in the woods, basically, to think about different methods and different ways of thinking about, for example, what riparian means and what it doesn't mean and where it starts and stops, this kind of thing. We've done some slightly more formal sort of versions of that. So we take turns in hosting one of the weekly cafes periodically. So this is the work package 4 team telling us about literary mapping and participatory mapping. This is some preliminary connectivity results coming out of work package 6. Work package 1 showing us some data that they're collecting on the archaeological record, and some hypothetical sort of musings over how we can do transdisciplinary sort of apps and maps. And this is a Q sort, so a nice way to get us together to challenge our own sort of values in terms of how we approach landscapes and treescapes, is to pilot the Q sort on ourselves. That was one nice way to sort of not quite get into transdisciplinarity there, I guess, but interdisciplinary nonetheless. I'll get to that now. We've also done some more formal workshops. So we're also asked to talk about the vision for the project in this talk. So we had a little workshop over in Hebden Bridge, shout out to Kate there, Hebden Bridge Hospital, very nice. And the goal there was to come up with an overall vision for the project. And we drew on these 2 heuristics of transdisciplinarity and theory of change. Now, we were very lucky on the project in that Heather here, just as we were starting the project, she started a PhD in geography at Manchester on transdisciplinary methods of doing geographical research with a focus on mapping methods. So that was right up our street, and she approached us, and now she's doing her PhD fieldwork on the project. So it's kind of a side project going alongside us. And so the key thing here is that we've adopted this theory of change idea to think about our vision. So you start with where you are, you assess, what you want that vision to be, and then you think about how to get there. Is it working? How to get there. And it's this, I've put this on because it also draws on, someone mentioned IPBES earlier. It draws on this nature future framework that's coming out of IPBES, which I really like, and I've been using a lot in my teaching. So now I've got to sort of apply it in my research as well. This idea of a vision where you can sort of slightly disregard certain difficult trade-offs and tensions, perhaps have an overall vision, and then you use an iterative approach to circle back periodically to look at what your vision is, where you are, what you found out in terms of data, or where you are in the research, and then you sort of circle back and reflect on how things are going. And that's how we're approaching this sort of having a vision for the project. It's also how we're approaching doing this. So as we circle back and sort of reflect on where we are in the project, say every sort of few months or so, think about opportunities for transdisciplinarity, where we can actually think about, are there ways in which the different work packages can come together and better define things that are important for the project. So I won't dwell on this too much because the 2-minute sign just came up, but we'll be adding this vision and the sort of subvisions, if you like, for the different work packages to our website. So I won't dwell on that now in the interest of time. But in terms of, and just to remember that this is an iterative process, so we can't be beholden to this. Okay, so we might revisit these and change them. Okay, and finally, if I can move on, it's a bit slow. The old click. Here we go. So in terms of doing this transdisciplinarity stuff, when we sort of reflect and think about where we are in the project and what opportunities there are, sometimes there are clearly places where we need to be more transdisciplinary, and sometimes there may be just opportunities where it might be fun. So we want to do it and see if it sort of improves the quality of what we're researching. So for example, maybe the word boundary object is a bit of a stretch, but it's one of my favorite terms at the minute. This idea of a clough. So particularly in one of our catchments in the Colne Valley, where I live, every other sort of street or area is called something Clough, right? So you've got Primble Clough, you've got Upper Clough Road, then there's Lower Clough Road, Clough Head, but this is Clough Head School on the top right. And so people are aware of this word, that it's in the landscape, it's sort of familiar to people, but we find that people aren't always aware of what that actually means in terms of what ecologists might think about or what hydrologists might consider as being a clough. So it has a very specific term for some of our researchers, and it might be more alien to others, but it's a word we're familiar with. So using things like that to sort of investigate, what it means to you, what else it might mean to other people, and how that sort of affects people's sort of perception of the landscape, that kind of thing. And of course, thinking about cloughs, it's one of the places where we're thinking about we could put the trees, yeah? We're working in riparian zones, and a lot of our all of our catchments sort of have some upland environment sort of sneak in there. So there are a lot of would-be cloughs or clough environments in that landscape. So we're interested in, how we can get some of these areas treed up, and if this idea of, this kind of a mutually misunderstood term, if you like, can bring people together to try and sort of seek these pathways out for where we can put these riparian woodlands. I say put, I should say expand, because we're not necessarily talking about planting trees. I think that's a sort of a misunderstanding for at least our project. In terms of collaborations though, so just finally on this, there have been some promising collaborations come out of the project. So Work Package 6, for example, is a bit of a mini project in itself because some of the objectives are a little bit ambitious. There's a lot of complicated feedbacks that we're trying to model, and whether that's fully possible, we're not sure yet. But we've gathered the great and the good on ecological modelling from around the UK. So this is Aileen Mill, who did a lot of the Nature Scott work on the beaver populations there. We're also interested in beavers, by the way, and those disturbance feedbacks in woodlands, just to put that out. And Ewan McHenry from the Woodland Trust. This was a workshop just a couple of weeks ago, thinking about how we can sort of combine forces, data to look at modelling these disturbances within woodland, which might help us create the sorts of woodland we want for nature recovery. We don't just want dense, thick woodland, right? We want nice, mixed, open, disturbed woodland that can support lots of species, as Piran's sort of graph sort of showed earlier on, right? There's a mini project come out of this at the University of Manchester. So we've managed to secure some internal funding to combine forces between, there's a lot of people do stuff on peat in geography at the University of Manchester, and I'm the only one that does stuff on trees. And there's a bit of a tension there, obviously, between upland environments where trees don't belong, according to a lot of people, and the tensions with, you know, drying out peat and trees encroaching onto peatlands where they ought not to be there. So we're trying to come up with a sort of, we've got a mini project going where we're trying to work out what the policy says, what the science says, and what practitioners are doing, and to what degree that all adds up. Because I think this is a kind of a bit of an impasse, a tension we've come across on the project, but we don't have the scope to really do it. And so this is kind of a sub-project to try and iron out some of those sort of sticky questions. And then we've been lucky enough to collaborate with one of the Call 2 projects, Stand. So there was clearly some overlap between their project and ours, and Tom approached me, and now I'm on the advisory board, and we're going to look at ways in which sort of we can combine forces really and be better than the sum of our parts sort of thing. And I'd just like to take that opportunity to say that the Call 2 projects all look ace, I think. And a lot of the things that I think we can't do on CASTOR, despite the very interdisciplinary sort of approach, they fill some really pertinent gaps that have come up in my mind, if not in sort of project meetings. So that's brilliant. I just want to say that looks really good. Yeah. And that's it from me, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Good, actually. So we are running slightly extra. Yeah, Daniel.
Thanks very much. I was wondering whether you could say a little bit more about the element on developing financial incentives. I'm particularly interested, having chaired a cost action until a year ago around issues of developing woodlands for water payments through custom services schemes, and also because involved currently in developing work on a woodland water code for the UK, possibly linked to the woodland carbon code.
Yeah, so that part of the project, not my part of the project, so I'll give a sort of a high level rather detailed view on that. So we're working with colleagues at ACOM, love them, all love them, and with colleagues that have natural capital expertise up at the University of Cumbria. So obviously we wanted to do something that at least policy relevant. So when I say that, we're all presumably thinking elms, right? So it will be based around financial incentives, but we're hoping to do something that's value in a slightly broader sense. So that's where the Q methodology comes in and things like this, and prioritizing certain sorts of value in the landscape. Yeah, in terms of the financial incentives, that will be a part of it, and it's interesting, and I think it will be important for in a lot of cases, but in some of our catchments, I'm anticipating the But if there were to be barriers to woodland expansion, particularly in riparian areas, I think the cultural values are just as important as the economic ones, because one of our project partners is the National Trust, and they have to deal with a lot of different types of rights on their land, if you like, and as far as they're concerned, no amount of money will convince certain sectors of the management hierarchy, if you like, that trees belong in certain places in the landscape. So I think it's more than just about financial incentive. It's about sort of getting to that idea of value and how those values, where they come from, how they might change, and how we can balance out sort of and find the pathways really to where we can actually have these trees. But I can't say more than that. It was a shame that Ian's not here. He couldn't come in the end, but he would have more to say about the sort of natural capital aspects of that. So apologies, I can't fully answer that question.
Thank you, Matt. That's great. All right, I think we will now move on, but thank you very much. Chris. Yeah, so Chris is going to talk about newLEAF, the last of the all-one projects.
All right, thanks very much. I'll try and make this brief so you can get to your lunch. Oh, whoa, that came out. I think I stepped too close to another microphone. So my name's Chris Fremantle. I'm a researcher and a lecturer at Gray's School of Art up in Aberdeen, as well as a freelance producer of public art projects. Dee Hedden, who's Professor of Drama at the University of Glasgow, and I are responsible for one of the work packages within newLEAF, looking in particular at artist projects working with trees and treescapes. My work focuses on the role of artists in public life, and we're focusing our research on the way artists address indeterminacy and uncertainty. And one of our outputs is a suite of case studies of artists doing durational work with trees. That's our tiny little bit. This short presentation has been written by the team, and I'm here representing natural and social scientists, humanities scholars, and multiple art forms. Some of the things that I have to say in this presentation, I wouldn't have the confidence to articulate if they hadn't been written by other team members. So, what's our vision? The newLEAF project has a vision of resolving the question of whether trees can cope with what's coming. To some extent, we know they could adapt, but we don't know if they can, given the huge impacts we've had in cutting down forests, fragmenting populations, moving species around, and preventing regeneration. Add the unprecedented rapid pace of climate change and the increase in new pests and diseases, and it's far from clear that the system can respond. However, tree species are highly adaptable and resilient, and it is possible that, given the right opportunities, they might persist and even thrive. Our goal is to figure out when can adaptation happen, are there measures we can take to help, and how to make good decisions when the outlook is so uncertain. So, newLEAF is working with both indigenous Scots pine and oak and introduced species, Sitka spruce and western hemlock, to understand their capacity for adaptation, how this will interact with changing climate and new pests and diseases in different situations, and the impact of human intervention. In particular, we're aiming to figure out where and when we might expect tree species to adapt to changing conditions and when we might have to intervene. We're looking at both managed and wild tree populations and are considering different approaches to intervention, especially where future conditions are uncertain. There are a series of key factors we need to understand better in order to be able to answer these questions. These include: how have decisions on tree selection been made in the past, looking at the UK and other European contexts? What capacity there is for adaptation and how that relates to genetic variation. Can we quantify adaptive potential? This draws on multi-site provenance trials and involves both field work as well as modelling. How will pests and diseases alter trajectories of adaptation to environment change? How do novel pests and diseases arrive? What can we model in terms of susceptibility and resilience? As a step towards helping forest managers make decisions, project partners Forest Research have developed a decision support tool called the Resilience Implementation Framework prior to the newLEAF project starting. Using this as a starting point for discussions, we'll be working with policymakers and land managers to develop new approaches that take into account the variations of forecast of future environments. Finally, the arts strand of this work is concerned with how artists make use of indeterminacy rather than necessarily seeking to reduce or eliminate it. So, what are our main achievements to date? On a practical level, the key focus has been significant exercise in site location, identifying first generation and second generation introduced Sitka spruce and western hemlock planted in Caithness and the West Highlands, collecting and sampling insects and microbial samples to tell us whether planting has different effects on forest ecosystems and natural regeneration. So that's the really practical stuff that's been going on, particularly over this summer. newLEAF brings together researchers working on genetic diversity, economics, modeling, particularly pests and diseases, history, and art. And the project is led by Stephen Cavers, who sends his apologies for not being able to be here today. And it involves all of these different organizations. Our process of team building and working across disciplines are very much aligned. The two things go together, and much of the first year has been an exercise in creating a common language, trying to understand each other and learn from others' ways of seeing things. And in a way, one of the challenges is doing this, speaking somebody else's words for them, as it were, and knowing how to do that. A particular success has been in bringing together a wide range of disciplines to teach each other about how we see uncertainty and indeterminacy. Working actually with one of the Landscape Decision Programs projects, Creative Landscape Futures, we held 3 multidisciplinary workshops focused by generating better mutual understandings of indeterminacy and uncertainty, involving natural and social scientists working in the field and on models, humanities and arts, as well as inputs from law and economics. So we did the first 2 workshops with just the teams from newLEAF and Creative Landscape Futures. And at the end of it, we kind of went, actually, this doesn't make sense without the law and the economics. Because actually all our uncertainties, whether they're in the natural or social sciences or in the humanities or arts, have to get dealt with by the lawyers and the economists as they translate into policy. So actually we then went and had those people come in on the conversation. Anyway, a paper reporting on this has been accepted for a special issue of the Journal of Landscape Research, and coming out of it is also a indeterminacies reading group across the Treescapes program. Second activity, in terms of developing site comparisons, a number of us, unfortunately I wasn't able to go, but were hosted by Professor Jacek Kozak at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow recently, and the director of the Babia Góra National Park, to hear about and see the impacts of current bark and beetle outbreaks on Norway spruce, and the effects of ongoing agricultural land abandonment with reversion to forest. The former is particularly relevant as a pertinent lesson for the UK, as Poland today is very likely the outcome of the 19th century fashion for high density spruce planting, apparently called spruce mania at the time. So next year, we're going to visit Norway with the same agenda. So you could see on this map, actually, it was an interesting exercise trying to work out how to put the arrows in a way that wouldn't indicate any sort of political movement. When I first put the arrow on for Poland, it came out of Russia, and that really felt like a mistake in the current circumstances. So in November, we'll be hosting a workshop focused on provenance choice. We've invited around 30 researchers and policymakers to explore the latest findings from genetic research and its implications for policy and practice. We hope the workshop will lead to clear guidance on risks and benefits associated with assisted migration. In other words, sourcing plant stocks from southerly latitudes where current climates are similar to those predicted for the UK in the future decades. So under what conditions is this the best strategy? And when is it better to use local seed sources or encourage natural regeneration? We hope to reach some conclusions on this contested debate. And finally, I want to give you a heads up that during 2024, we'll be producing a piece of verbatim theatre. So the verbatim theatre basically takes the social science research interviews into decision making and provides a different reading of it. Puts it into a piece of theatre so you understand the material differently. Yeah, so thank you for listening. Well, I can take some questions, and some of the rest of the team who are here can take some of the other questions.
Well, hopefully, yeah. There's a question one question right at the back.
I do a lot of research in mining, mineral mining, especially in the UK in the last few years, because there's a lot of old tin mines that have been opened up, especially lithium mines. And this is basically mirroring, and it's going to be copying what's happening in the global south for 20 years. How do you reconcile with the fact that the resources that are being found in Cornwall, which is going to be part of the solution for the Green New Deal, which is lithium for electric car solar panels, is going to be a major causation for more deforestation in Cornwall and further compounding the problem that you're trying to solve? Thank you.
It's a really interesting problem. It seems to me that in a sense, part of what the whole Treescapes program and the newLEAF project in particular is trying to do is to understand relationships between intentionality, what you do, what planting intentionally, and natural regeneration. And in a sense, these then become nested into the bigger landscape decision choices we're making about where we extract mineral resources from versus where we value other aspects of landscapes. And I suppose so from an art practice perspective, my interest is in ecological art practices. And actually I could cite a lot of examples where artists have been involved in post-industrial remediation projects, looking at planting and redeveloping landscapes post-extractive industries, and that includes in areas in the Appalachian Mountains where there was significant mining and acid mine runoff and so on. So I don't have an answer to how we don't do extraction, but I think that these projects, all of them, begin to contribute to an understanding of what happens to landscapes as they reforest in the longer term, whether that's natural reforestation or intentional reforestation, and what the role is. And I suspect actually the stuff about stress, in a way, it'd be really interesting to if one of the stress models was being planted in a polluted landscape.
Well, it's a bit strange that we are going to go on this path of deforesting forests, which has been given to us by Mother Nature, which is naturally sequestering carbon, to actually then make these carbon capturing devices, which is only sourced from 10% of the resources extracted. God forbid, and God help us, that if these mines in the UK turn in anything like in India and Africa, because there wouldn't be anything left. But I really do hope that we start taking a concerted look at the mining and the solutions. Thank you.
Good. Point well taken and well answered. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, Chris, I think we will have to stop here, but lots to discuss and reflect on, I think. During the lunch break, you're going to use, just to repeat, all the Call One projects that you've heard from this morning have their own exhibition spaces. So if you want to, you can go and talk and have further conversations with the researchers. We're going to reconvene at 2:05. So you've got a reasonably long lunch break. Talk, catch up, go and look at the exhibitions, have lunch. Thanks very much.
So welcome back to this afternoon's session. We've got quite a mixed agenda this afternoon, so hopefully it'll be really interesting. I'm really excited that the first part of this afternoon, we're going to hear from a couple of young people who are part of the Voices of the Future project. They're going to talk to us about their perceptions of trees and treescapes and their experiences of it. So we've got Mahmoud, who is from Ethiopia, and he now lives in Manchester. He's a youth leader and he's a researcher in the Voices of the Future project. And he's currently studying English at college, and you are an aspiring filmmaker, I believe. Yeah. And then we've also got Hamid here, and Hamid is from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And you also now live in Manchester.
Yeah.
And Hamid's also a youth leader and a researcher on the Voices of the Future project. He's currently an English as a second language student at Manchester College. And one of his hopes is to provide education to people. So we're really grateful that you've made this journey, and it's Hamid's first time in London. So
yeah, it's my first time to I do presentations, so I'm a bit nervous, and you must give me the right things.
Yeah. I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, it's also my first time to have a presentation in English. And hi everyone, I am Mahmoud. I come from Ethiopia. Now I live in Manchester. I am a youth leader, researcher in the Voice of the Future and Treescape project. I feel so lucky to be here today. I would like to thank Dr. Kathleen Noon and Kathy Pal. Thank you for giving me this chance to have a conference with great people today, and for having me in Treescapes project. In this project, we are visiting different treescapes in northwest of England to explore people's feelings and knowledge about trees. And to connect people with trees. I learned a lot from this Treescapes project. Before that, I didn't fully understand the value of trees. It's just tree. Now I learned from this project that the tree is very important for human beings. We need fresh air from trees, and we couldn't live without trees. I believe that the trees are very important for the earth, and earth is so important for all human beings. Know that I understand the value of trees. I am creating a group of young people to do tree planting in Greater Manchester. I feel accepted in this country, and I feel like home. I would like to give back. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello to everyone. I'm very pleased to meet you and to be here. And it's a honorable place to be here again in front of you, all great people. And I'm an ASUL student and I study English and basic maths in Manchester College. And I'm thankful for Kate and Caitlin that they provide me this context to be here and to share my perspective and idea. And yeah, my name is Hamid. I came from Afghanistan and now I live in Manchester. I'm a youth leader and researchers in Voice of Future, part of Treescape project. As I think, trees are vital. They shape our lives on this planet. And if you can imagine how important is a human life, and therefore we can find that if you can imagine that we work together, we give them oxygen and they give us, we give them carbon dioxide and they give us oxygen. And this is how we live in this world. And we are important. And yeah. And imagine if they were not here, how we could possibly continue our life in this planet. And how could, this isn't only about trees. This is about all of the creatures that lives in this planet. And we human are responsible. As therefore, I think that we have this capability to learn and develop ourselves and this world. And we are responsible for those creatures. So we must think about our environment, about our planet, and go even further to discover new home in this big galaxy that's impossible to be not any existence planet. And yeah, and as I think we share this world and we share this life, even if you take an even bigger picture, and Earth and the sun work together, and the Earth can live without the sun. Need the energy and need the heat to live. So we can live without each other. It's impossible. We are a social group, and every creature that lives in this planet are socialists, and they help each other, and everything is connected together. And therefore, we need to think not only about one country or one continent. We need to think about the whole world. If you think only about the UK, for example, you educate people and like you implant trees, and how about the other countries? And you don't think that they don't have impact on UK? UK alone can't stand for the whole of this planet. So my opinion, as a refugee, I came as an immigrant, as a refugee, to find a safe home for myself. And I feel that we need to work together and we share this message all over the world. UK is a diverse country, And we have different people here, not only in UK, America, Europe. And we can share this message all over the world. And I think the most educated people is Europe and America and United Kingdom. So they are able to help those poor countries that they don't know anything about their environment, their homeland and anything. We can educate them. We can use them. You can go further of this within ourselves. You go further, and even discover new home. Even make a new home bigger than Earth in this galaxy. It's impossible that we cannot move from this Earth, and we cannot set ourselves free from within ourselves. Thank you for every one of you that you gave me your expensive time. As you know that time is expensive. You know, all of you, and yeah. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that it makes you think that who we are and what is our responsibility in this world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you, Mahmoud and Hamid. That was absolutely fantastic, really thought-provoking talk from both of you. Really great to hear from you and to remind ourselves of the importance of our connection to trees and how fundamental they are to our existence. So thanks very much, and great you could come. So now we've got very short presentations from our call to projects. So these are literally very much hot off the press. We've had a public announcement about them today. You may already be aware of some of them, but they are being launched at this conference today. So we're really excited about that. And we're looking forward to seeing how they unfold over the course of the next 2 years. Can I ask the 6 presenters to kind of be towards the front? I think most of you are, so that we can have a fairly quick handover. We've only got 5 minutes from each of these, so you'll just get a bit of a flavour of what these projects are about. And at our conference next year, they'll have a little bit longer and you can learn a bit more about what they're doing. But hopefully this will whet your appetite for our call to projects. So first up, we've got a project called Tree Planet. Have I said that correctly? And Julia Korosheva is going to present on behalf of that project.
Oops. Okay, so yeah, I'm introducing the new kid in the block, a new project, Tree Planet, treescape expansion through planting and natural colonization. This is our project team, our PI, Dr. Elisa Fuentes Montemeyer from University of Stirling, unfortunately couldn't be here today because of teaching commitments, but several of us from the project, Kevin, Bianca and Heather, I think, are over here. So as all of the projects within this program, we are quite interdisciplinary team, having social scientists as well as ecologists and conservation biologists from several universities, from forest research. We also have 2 project partners. We have the National Forest and Woodland Trust, and also a number of other stakeholders and supporting organizations. So what this project is about, over the last 100 years or so in UK, the discussion about treescape expansion been largely framed about tree planting. But of course, tree planting is only one way to expand the treescape. At the other end of the spectrum, we have natural colonization. And it's really a continuum. So in this project, we want to explore first of all, the perceptions of stakeholders, particularly agricultural land managers, towards this sort of different ways of creating a woodland, from
tree planting on one hand side to natural colonization and anything in between. And we also want to understand social and ecological consequences of expanding woodland in these different ways. And ultimately, we want to demonstrate what these two approaches, tree planting and natural colonization, can be used in combination. They're complementary approaches to scale up woodland expansion for a range of objectives on agricultural land. So one of the unique selling points of our project, I guess, is the fact that we have a very extensive existing network of over 200 forest sites established already through 2 previous projects by University of Stirling and Forest Research. Some of these sites are largely planted woodlands, ranging in age from 10 to 160 years. And these sites have been found and sort of described through analysis of historic maps. And we also have a large selection of sites which are primarily established through natural colonization with some planting involved. And these have been established, the sites have been found through woodland grant schemes and earth observation. So what are we going to do? The first work package is going to look at perception by agricultural land managers of potential perceived benefits and risks of establishing the woodland through planting and natural colonization. The second work package is going to look at how form, function and values of woodlands differ depending on how they are established through planting, through natural colonization, or sort of combination of the two. And the third work package is going to integrate results from the first 2 work packages and discuss how, where, and for whom these different strategies of woodland expansion could be implemented. In terms of our approaches, we're going to use a mixture of, for the first work package, broad national surveys of agricultural land managers, as well as in-depth interviews with a smaller sample of them to understand their perception of benefits and risks of different woodland creation. In terms of characterizing form, function and value of woodlands created through different ways of woodland establishment, we're going to use a combination of sort of state-of-the-art technologies like LiDAR, acoustic surveys, but also traditional surveys of various taxa. So we're going to also look at resilience of woodlands created in these different ways to drought and pests and pathogens. And in the last third work package, we're going to establish knowledge user board of agricultural managers, and we will work with our partners on knowledge exchange. We're going to establish at least 1 demonstration site within the National Forest and deliver training events and training videos and training model to promote the best practice for woodland creation. Thank you very much.
For these presentations, but if you want to find out more, do talk to our presenters during the break. So can I ask Rosie Gerris is our next presenter from the Farm Tree Project.
Hi, I'm Josie Geris. The Farm Tree Project is about exploring balancing farm and landscape scale demands for treeland expansion on or tree integration on agricultural land. We'll look at that from a socio-economic perspective as well as an environmental, as well as the environmental benefits. It's led by the University of Aberdeen and the James Hutton Institute, and we will work together with various stakeholder partners from the agricultural and forestry sectors. The Farm Tree project will build on initial initiatives by our project partners who've worked to promote agroforestry in Scotland. In speaking with them, the question that comes up time and time again is to understand what works best where, from a socioeconomic perspective, so for the farming system, but also for the environment. In the UK, we have a hugely diverse range of landscapes and farming systems, but grant schemes are generally quite prescriptive and tailored advice is really needed for projects to be successful. The same accounts for environmental benefits. For example, we know that trees could contribute to reduce flooding, but the potential for that is spatially variable and depending on local factors. And the same accounts for carbon storage, and water and carbon cycles are closely linked. So understanding what works best where will help to reduce barriers for agroforestry uptake and also optimize the environmental benefits. So in this context, we are considering planting scenarios which involve tree planting strategies at a higher level. So this involves identifying priority regions or landscapes or species. And within that, we are going to look at planting designs at the farm level. So this again could relate to species, but also the spatial orientation of integrating trees on farms. So does this relate to planting in riparian zones, in pockets, or dispersely distributed across the farm, and then at what kind of density? So the Farm Tree project aims to identify optimum planting strategies and designs that consider socioeconomic incentives as well as barriers interlinked with environmental benefits. And of course, these optimal schemes will be variable depending on the farming system and the landscape. So the project aim is to identify the value, barriers and pathways to expansion of trees on farmland for environmental benefits, and will focus specifically on water and carbon. And will also provide decision support tools. How we're going to do that? Work Package 1 will collate socioeconomic, political and cultural attitudes, and the Work Package 2 will look at the environmental effects of different planting schemes. Both work packages will consider farm and national factors, and they're integrated via Work Package 3, which will develop these optimum scenarios. We don't need to start from scratch. In Work Package 1, we will collate and build on the currently dispersed information collected by project partners on attitudes and experiences with agroforestry, and we'll also evaluate grant schemes to identify incentives and areas for removing potential barriers. In Work Package 2, we will use coupled hydrological and carbon modeling at the farm and the national scale, exploring planting schemes and also considering different climate change projections. And this work will be supported by data from long-term experimental sites such as a Glensock agroforestry research farm. As I said, Work Package 3 brings that all together, and with this will also develop this decision support tools. So just to finish up, what do these involve? Firstly, the optimal planting schemes for diverse landscapes and farming systems. And these will feed into an interactive web-based decision support tool for farmers. And we will also produce policy briefs, make recommendations of how our outputs can feed into grant schemes. And finally, we will co-develop with our stakeholders a framework for a long-term monitoring design for specific agroforestry schemes in rural uplands. Thank you.
So our next project is called Agroforestry Futures. So again, this one is focusing on trees on farmland. So I'd like to invite Lynn Frewer.
Thank you.
There you go.
So thank you very much. Our project, I don't have a lot of slides. One of the reasons I don't have a lot of slides is that co-development and co-production is at the heart of this project. What we want to do is really collide art with natural science, with social science, to co-produce what our future agrosystems might look like, the barriers to introducing them, the potential opportunities that all of our stakeholders see, as well as, well, perhaps consider some of those more cultural ecosystem services, which are important in the city, but also to those people that live in the countryside. So I'll just go through the work package structure. Sorry, I can't seem to.
You need to use the little device you found.
Well, oh, okay. Yeah. Well, before I do that, I'll just go through our partners. So we have a collaboration between Robert Gordon, University in Scotland, which is leading on the arts part of this, the University of Reading, modelling and co-production, the University of Southampton, some of the more basic ecological modelling, and Newcastle University, which leads on social science and co-production. And here's an outline of our work packages. So in work package 1, there we're going to start investigating agroforestry in the past. What did those past landscapes look like? Archival analysis, which we will then develop into representations of what the future might look like in collaboration with our modelers. What might those future environments appear like, and how will people react to them? In work package 2, there we'll consider the barriers, the incentives linked to farmer adoption of these different agroforestry practices. And what we've decided to do is compare Northumberland, uplands, permanent grassland, least favoured area with the Thames Valley, where there are an entirely different set of drivers of how land is used, but also requirements for some of these cultural, socio-economic ecosystem services that are so important. In work package 3, we're going to consider the impacts of proposed interventions on ecosystems and biodiversity. We're going to need to try and find some of the data sets that have emerged over the last 6 months and try and utilise this to try and look at the impacts on biodiversity so we can create our futures. In work package 4, there we're going to broaden what we're doing to consider the general public. How do we engage society in agroforest futures? Hopefully we'll be able to collide these information streams in our co-production activities. Our artists will produce different futures. They'll have a travelling exhibition to try and engage communities in urban and rural settings, but we'll also do some quantitative work there to try and understand how this triggers perceptions, attitudes, concerns, a co-development of what we want our future to like. In work package 5.3, the end part of this process, there we'll have a set of, if you like, scenarios of what our futures could look like, the advantage and disadvantage of these. And we hope that that will catalyse an impact pathway, which is going to be useful in policy terms to understanding what society wants out of our agroforestry futures, what will benefit biodiversity, but also the economics, the rural livelihoods that depend on getting it right, and the ecosystem services which these futures will deliver. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lynn. That's great. Okay, so our next project is called IDEA, and I'll ask Rebecca Spake to come up, please. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so IDEA. What is IDEA? More than just a brilliant pun, if I say so myself. Oh, this isn't working. What am I doing wrong? So the UK is home to 6 species of deer, 3 pretty big species that are generally quite herding, and 3 smaller species. So they all differ behaviourally, ecologically, and in their impacts they have on our landscapes. But what they do have in common is they can cause havoc for our woodlands. They can, by selectively grazing on palatable species, they can decimate understory plant communities. And by stripping the bark of trees or fraying them, removing the velvet from their antlers when they're doing territorial behaviours, they can damage our trees, and this can serve as an entry point for pathogens. So interact with climate change to make woodlands less resilient. So I use the word can. They can cause all the damage. They can decimate understory biodiversity, because it's a lot more complicated than that. And this isn't necessarily the case in all places. But as Aldo Leopold famously said in 1943, so a famous author, famous conservation biologist in America, the problem of game management is not how we should handle the deer. The real problem is one of human management. And this is absolutely true. So if we just have a look at some very recent headlines in the newspaper recently, these are probably from the last year or so. Eating more venison could save saplings and boost carbon capture. And this shows our interest in eating deer. I mean, if we look at the original meaning of the word forest from Middle English, it means an area that's been set aside for hunting game. Wooded a treed land for hunting game. William the Conqueror set aside the New Forest to hunt game. But then on the other side, young deer could starve if mothers are shot in a controversial car. So there's also these ethical concerns about how we should manage deer and their impacts on woodlands. Also, there's gamekeepers' fury at plan to cull thousands of deer in a national park here. So gamekeepers, there's also interest from some landowners in maintaining a target-rich population of male deer in landscapes, and they're particularly male because of their decoration, their antlers. And people's right to be able to hunt deer and bring in money through tourism and shooting activities. There's also other concerns for deer in the landscape, and that's road traffic accidents, which are increasing with deer numbers, and also deer as vectors of Lyme disease. So it is complicated. So to mitigate against deer damage to woodlands or other land uses, collaborative landscape scale deer management is considered the gold standard. So deer are mobile animals that move across the landscape. They don't respect jurisdictional boundaries, of course, and they have very large home range sizes, many species. So the idea is that that collaborative landscape scale deer management is essential if we're going to plan to manage our landscapes effectively. But this is really ineffective when deer have different values to different people. When there's moral opposition due to cultural values and stalking interests, you can have some matey over here who wants to maintain, a very large population of targets in the landscape. But over here, you may have someone who's morally opposed to culling, and all the deer literally huddle on that landscape, and they know exactly where to go. They know where the boundaries are, where they're not going to get shot. And you've got a farmer who's really upset because the deer are coming in at night and grazing on his property. It's also further complicated by the fact that deer are driven by multiple factors at multiple spatial scales. We've got social and ecological factors that operate at multiple scales, at regional scales. Deer and their movements are determined by climate. At the landscape scale, the composition and configuration of land uses, and more local management decisions such as fencing, what you plant, where you plant, and hunting are going to influence not just the likelihood of damage on your property, but your neighbour as well. So yeah, what you do, what one landowner will do, what they plant and how they plant it is going to affect their neighbours. So this is where IDEA came in. So this idea for an interactive web-based decision support system. The main objective is to deliver this co-designed interactive decision support system to facilitate strategic woodland creation and management that minimises deer impact on new and existing woodlands. And this is a big collaboration between many people, social scientists and ecologists mostly, at the University of Reading, where I am. At Bangor, Freya and Graham are going to be working with the social scientist PDRA and Forestry Research Southampton. Sorry, I'm just going to have to go through. I'm running out of time. But this really great team that is going together. Am I right? Yeah. All right, cool. So work package 1, there's 3 work packages. This one's going to run around through the whole project. And it's really about this idea of co-design and co-producing this tool so that different landowners will actually find this useful. Why have previous tools failed? Why aren't they used? And what do people want? And there's going to be case studies in the Elbe Valley and also the Northern Forest. So we can iteratively develop this platform so that it's actually useful. The tool will be underpinned by a model that runs on a Bayesian belief network model, a series of models, sorry, to predict the likelihood of risk to woodland based on alternate landscape designs. And then we'll feed this into the IDEA tool, into existing tools that are available from the charity, the Silver Foundation. So we're going to align our tool with existing ones to ensure that it's used. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, without further ado, I'll introduce our next speaker from the STAND project. So Andrew Weatherall, please.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, my name's Andrew Weatherall, and I'm presenting on behalf of Tom Finch, who's the PI, who sends his apologies, and also the co-investigators. So I'm actually on the advisory panel for this project. So if you've ever wondered what an advisory panel does, it turns out they're the subs bench for the presentation. So here are the people who send their apologies. Tom, as I said, works for the RSPB. Natasha also works for the RSPB in the People Group. And then Susan in Cardiff is a social scientist, and Ewan works at the Scottish School of Forestry. I was asked to say that they are a interdisciplinary and geographically dispersed group. Certainly at the moment, because they're not in the room. So this is the project. It's about treescape expansion, something we've been hearing a lot about, but specifically about the scale mismatch. So we all know that land use plays a key role in the climate and ecological crises. I would have changed this. Tom prepared the slide, so I'm going to blame him. Treescape expansion can represent a solution to both, I think it's fair to say. And decision makers need to know about the form, location and consideration of that. What we've got in the UK tends to be a mix of a top-down approach where the government sets policy, regulations and funding opportunities, but it's still an application-driven process. It's landowners who decide whether to plant trees or not. So we've got that bottom-up driver on it as well. So the key question is, how can landscape scale treescape expansion be designed and governed across scales to achieve the best outcomes for people and nature? So it's looking UK-wide and a couple of case studies. So work package 1, looking at the local ambition for towards the national context. It's going to work through simulation. This is building on previous work in the RSPB on something called the Land Use Scenarios Project. So thousands of future land use scenarios will be considered, looking across the agriculture, forestry and other land use sector and trying to model the impact on greenhouse gas emissions, food production, and because it's come out of the RSPB, unsurprisingly, on bird populations as that kind of surrogate for all diversity. It's going to develop something called a Shiny web app for participants. I didn't know what a Shiny web app was. It's something that you can get out of the R statistical package. It's not a description of what it looks like on your screen. And that's going to be used to identify the land use implications of the highest performing scenarios, applying it to the 2 case study landscapes. So in work package 2, going to take that work forward, talking to stakeholders, using participatory scenario planning, evaluate those impacts from work package 1. And the key idea is to understand how different actors, different nested scales can work in synergy. Sounds easy. The 2 case studies, one is in the North Pennines. Have we got anybody Welsh in the audience? Could you pronounce the other site for me, please? Okay, I've only seen it written down before, so I wasn't going to attempt it. Thank you very much. So the synthesis comes in work package 3 to produce or co-produce treescape expansion action plans for each of those landscapes. And then really to try and match up what you get from the bottom-up approach, how that fits with the top-down, the tree targets that we talked about at the beginning of this conference. And hopefully the case studies will be worthwhile, and thus we can produce best practice guidance on how to do this in future rather than how not to do this in future. Okay, and that was a really fast run through using Tom's slides. I have one question for the audience, which is, I think I dozed off in the meeting where they decided to call it stand. So I'm not exactly sure why that is. Answers on a postcard to Tom, please.
Thanks, Andrew. That was great. And last but not least, can I invite Ruth Mitchell to talk about diversity?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ruth Mitchell and I'm the lead for Diversity. And these are the collaborators that are involved in this project, and these are our project partners. So the overall aim of Diversity is to increase the resilience of our current and future woodlands. And we're going to do this by seeing how increasing the diversity of tree species will enable an increase in resilience. And we're specifically focusing on an increase in tree species diversity. We know that genetic diversity is also important, but we're well aware that newLEAF is looking at genetic diversity. You can see that we're going to work across a range of scales, and we've deliberately written from microbes to mines in there. And that's really to underline the fact that not only are we working at a range of biological scales, but we're including that really important human aspect as well. So we want to understand the methods to and the impacts of diversifying tree species composition. So this gives you the background to this project. As Harry said this morning, many of our woodlands, both our semi-natural woodlands and our commercial woodlands, are often dominated by just a few tree species. We're all well aware that our woodlands are threatened by a range of pests and pathogens and climate change. And if they severely impact that dominant tree species, that can have a huge impact on our woodlands. In contrast, in a more diverse woodland, you can have the same range of pests and pathogens, but if they only impact that tree species, you have less of an impact. So diversity is all about how you move from woodlands that are dominated by a few tree species to a more diverse woodland. And why are more diverse woodlands potentially more resilient? Well, there's many ecological reasons, but one of them might be that they can deliver a greater range of functions. So we know this in crop systems. In cropping systems, if you have a greater range of crop species, you've got greater functions. So for example, a greater range of biological control mechanisms. But we don't know if this is true in woodlands. In addition, in a more diverse woodland, tree species might be able to substitute for one another. So you might lose a species, but the overall functioning of the system can continue. However, as we've heard already, people are critical to making this transition. And we need to not only understand what people's attitudes are about diversity, but provide them with that knowledge so that they can make that transition. So Diversity is trying to address 4 challenges, and I'll run through them briefly. So our first challenge is looking at how woodland managers and other stakeholders understand that diversity. What are their ambitions for a more resilient woodland in the future? What tree species do they see as being important in the future? And how do they perceive diversity? At what spatial scales, at the stand, at the landscape, within a woodland? Secondly, we want to look at this question of ecosystem functionality. So our hypothesis here is that a more diverse woodland will provide a greater range of microbes on the leaves of the trees. And if you've got a greater range of microbial diversity, that might help resist pathogen infection, because there's increasing evidence that the leaf microbiome is very important in helping resist pathogen infections. Our third aim is to look at what we call functional redundancy. So how can tree species substitute for each other? How can we continue to provide the support for the biodiversity and the ecosystem functioning, even if we lose tree species within our woodlands? And our fourth challenge is obviously actually coming up with the management strategies to implement this. And we're specifically going to focus on 4 management strategies. We're going to look at continuous forest cover. We're going to look at novel species. So that includes non-native species and a greater range of tree species. But it will also include species that are not traditionally seen as being native to particular areas within the UK. So species that might be native to England, but not to Scotland, for example. The third method is natural regeneration, and the fourth method is focused on diversifying the leaf microbiome. And for all of these strategies, we're going to see how they could be implemented and how they would help increase resilience and work with woodland managers in terms of their practicalities and how we communicate them. So we're very much focusing on conifers. We're specifically focusing on Scots pine and Sitka spruce, but we will very much be assessing the transferability of these results to other woodland types. And if you want to find out more, please do follow us on Twitter. That's my email address, or look at our website. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for all those speakers. So I think we're getting a nice sense of how the, I suppose, treescapes research community is expanding, and the way in which these new projects, this new tranche of projects, will build on and we hope extend the work that's been done under the Core 1 projects. It's really good to see that greater impact focus of the Core 2 projects. That was one of the ambitions of the course. That's really, really marvellous. All right, so thank you all for that. We're now moving on to the panel session, and I'd like to invite Toby, David and Andrian to join me on the platform. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty stuff. The idea of this fund is very good. Trying to around the recent past and the present day, and thinking about what we can learn from history, from current experience, both in terms of history and culture, and also what the implications of those learnings might be for research, policy and practice. So that's kind of, we can try and keep the focus around that to begin with. So I'd like to kind of, if you'll forgive me, just kick off with an opening question, which is very easy to answer, don't worry. You look terrified. So thinking about the treescapes we have now and have had in the past, so looking at the whole range of different sorts of treescapes, can you reflect a bit on which sorts of treescapes you would judge to have worked well, and which types of treescapes probably less well, and the reasons for that? And starting perhaps with David.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Clive. So I think what really matters here is what we mean by well and less well. I think it's a tricky one, isn't it? Maybe we're all going to say the same thing here. And one answer I was thinking about for that question beforehand is that really, if people are following the UK Forestry Standard, then you could almost by definition say that they're following good practice sustainable forestry management, and that's done well. So, I mean, that is one way to answer that question, I think. But I think there's probably a more interesting way to answer it, which is to perhaps look historically at what we've been up to. And if we go back to the 60s and 70s in particular, so this is the post-Second World War period. A lot of people see this as the bad old days when it was exotic conifer monocultures everywhere. You would think these days that was perhaps not so good. But we need to remember, of course, that at the time, that was seen as a great success. It was very much us delivering on the objective that was given to the forestry sector ever since the First World War to create a strategic reserve of timber, and we managed to do that very well. But of course, these days we would judge it rather differently, and I think from the 60s and 70s, things began to change and take a turn for the worse in some cases, and some of us will remember or have heard about the flow country, for example, where there was a lot of planting on peat, which these days was considered something of an environmental disaster. And of course, with all the risks to do with pests and diseases and climate change, we're realizing that that approach wasn't very good. But I think what's interesting is that that period, 40s, 50s and 60s, it was a different time, and there was a different culture and a different ideology. There was an ideology you might call high modernism. It was a time when there was really an overconfidence in the ability of science and technology to drive human progress. And there was a willingness by government and indeed by the private sector to dominate nature, to control it, simplify it, and stabilize it, and just maximize productivity and efficiency, and to do that at the expense of any other benefit or any other value. So that was what they were trying to do, and they succeeded. But of course, from a present day perspective, it was failing. And I think, well, I don't know how much you'd like me to talk now, but I think it's very insightful if we think about how we got from there to how we are now. I think there's so many lessons that we've learned and such a transformation that it's worth us understanding that process, because we'll learn a lot about how we should manage our forests in the future.
Thanks, Dave. I stupidly forgot to ask people to actually introduce themselves before we began. So as we do it as we go along. So Dave, would you like to just
yeah, okay. So I'm David Edwards. I'm the Research Impact Coordinator at Forest Research. Prior to that, I was a social scientist for about 15 years at Forest Research. Before that, an ecologist and a forester. So a bit of a mix in my background.
Good. Perfect. Adrian, would you like to introduce yourself first and then answer my perhaps answer?
So I'm a lecturer in global forest ecology at the University of Birmingham, and I am one of the co-authors in the MEMBRA project. And as you can see from my accent, I'm not from the UK, so I'm not going to try to give you a historical perspective of UK woodlands. But what I can maybe to answer that question, what I can talk about is more from our forest ecology theory and what we know and what we've been observing. I thought it was quite interesting, your perspective of we thought we knew a lot before. And I think now we are in this moment that we're trying to well, increase the treescapes across the UK, but also globally. And I think we're maybe more kind of more conservative in that sense, and I feel as an ecologist that we are more and more observing and less trying to impose, I think, a certain agenda of what we think it's the right way of doing things. And so I think observing nature, it can give us that idea, but I always find very hard to observe nature in a place where it's so modified as the UK. So it's kind of like, as a Brazilian, it's quite easy to observe a natural forest and then kind of use that information to what are the forests should be doing, or what's the reference point. And in Europe in general, I think it's kind of like, what's our reference point? So I think that's a big question. That it's probably, we don't have a reference point and we shouldn't be looking for one, but we should be taking clues out of nature maybe, and forest ecology can help us with that. And I was very pleased to hear about the diversity tree, because I think diversity is definitely one thing that if we increase diversity, we have some insurance policy there. We have other trees that can help us then survive, so help the forest to survive in case of a disease outbreak that we've been seeing recently in the UK and Europe in general. But then also there is the diversity of not just of species, but of structure. So we also know that forests that are structurally more diverse and have different age classes and different sizes tend to also be more resistant to wind throws, for instance, or to droughts even. So I guess it's I think keep observing would be my answer. Yeah. And use the data that's already there. I think that's what Treescapes is doing, but I think we still need to look more into the records that we have, the long-term records that we have.
Great, thank you. And finally, Toby.
Yeah, hi, I'm Toby Pillett. I'm in the Department of Archaeology at the University of York. I'm also a community forester at Sheffield City Council. My background is in archaeology and landscape history, but I've done trees for a while now. So yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about trees. The question, yeah, it's an easy one apparently, but I was thinking about, is it easy? Is it easy? In some ways it's quite tough. I can talk about how treescapes in the UK have changed. I can talk about the reasons for those change. For example, my previous research with Jerry Barnes and Tom Williamson at UEA, we looked at the rural tree population over the last 400 years. And we showed that how numbers of farmland trees have declined in those times, particularly hedgerow trees have declined. And we showed that largely this was a result of declining management, less pollarding for fuel, fewer timber trees for construction. And we showed that the remnants of this very intensive management displayed a very heavy preference for just 3 species, oak, ash and elm, as well as some more locally different species, more species more significant locally. And these species dominate, or dominated, in the case of elm and probably soon ash, our landscape because of those human choices in the past. And as intensive management of those trees declined and the trees got older, some died, and where they'd previously been cropped, or harvested and replanted on a very regular basis, and the tenants were bound in their leases to replace these trees on a yearly basis, they no longer did so over the last 100, 150 years. And so this was a sizable drop in the farmland tree population, which has only really picked up again in the last 50 years or so, when we started developing agri-environment schemes to address issues of ecology rather than just resource extraction. But what I can't answer in this question is how well those treescapes are doing. Because do we mean expansion or contraction in terms of hectareage? Do we mean the variety of species composition, the size and the diversity of the ecosystems that they support, the amount of carbon they sequester, whether they're giving a lot of shade, whether they're making us happy, or whether the trees themselves are happy? You know, whether they're doing well or not is a value judgment, and that's what we're working on in branching out the project I'm in. And you saw earlier from the slides that there's a bewildering array of values that we associate with trees, and we can see them being perceived as resources all the way to being perceived as kin or members of our families. So looking at the sources that we look at in landscape history, it would be easy to say that this range of these values that we're seeing now in our research was not present in the past. Like that management and conceptions of trees was largely economic, they were based on resource extraction or otherwise based on property rights and displays of wealth, land rights and privileges. But our work on the traditional stories and the folk tales is beginning to show sort of other associations. So themes coming out of the stories are like trees as proxies for the wider natural world, or as protectors or places of refuge, or as threats and arbiters of natural justice, or trees as characters with their own agency. So while this emphasis on different values and sets of values probably did change over time, the breadth and the variety of the different values that we hold for trees and about trees perhaps has always been there. So when we talk about whether treescapes are doing well, my question back is, what do we mean by doing well? We are planting an awful lot of trees at the moment, but do we really know what good treescapes look like? And is that an absolute, or is it always contextual? So my hope in the programme that, you know, through all these amazing projects that we've heard about today, is that we begin answering that question, like, what do good treescapes look like? How do we make them? And crucially, how do we then maintain them as being good?
Thanks. Very nice set of actually very different but equally kind of elegant answers. So thank you. Would anybody from the audience like to respond to any of those separate kind of sets of answers? Harry.
What I was really interested in that final answer is how much of it was about management and relationship between trees, and how much you talked about the breakdown of relationship that occurred at the beginning of the 19th century, really, and as overseas markets opened up, and we got to very low levels of forest cover, and the coppice network broke down. I think what is my question there really is how much of that is an insight for the future, that if you want to build treescapes for the future, the real issue is about having a meaningful relationship to make sure that those trees get looked after, whether that's commercial or social value, particularly in the cities, and commercial value in the countryside. So how much of it is about relationship?
Well, yeah, sure, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely crucial in my community forestry work. We are planting trees, like everyone's planting trees. We're all being encouraged to plant trees. But there's not a lot of thought, as far as I can make out, going into what we're going to do with those trees in 20 years' time. Who's going to thin them? Who's going to look after them? What are we going to do with them? What are they actually there for, other than it's great to have more trees? So yeah, I think that's crucial. And again, in community forestry, my work is all about trying to build those relationships in urban environments with people with trees, so that there is a better understanding about what they're giving us, and then maybe there's a bit more acceptance when people realise that actually the city is going to have to change a bit if we're going to accommodate all these trees, which we probably do need. So yeah, I'd say it was crucial.
To that answer, then an answer, but I think urban, well, as far as I can see, a normal urban person kind of like understands the value of trees maybe and likes to have the tree in the park and stuff. But how much are we changing the perception in the countryside? Because these are the large areas that we need to have planted and look after. They're not in the cities. The cities will be an important part of it, but they're not in the cities. So I was just kind of wonder, how much is this actually changing in the countryside? Do you have an idea? And yeah.
So I think the question was about, is it about relationships? And I most definitely say yes. I think it's all about relationships. And I think over the last 30, 40 years, that's one of the big, massive trends that we've been seeing. It's increasing involvement of people in forestry. Even within the Forestry Commission in the 70s and 80s, it was greatly restructured. It was became less hierarchical. They brought in a whole range of different people to do different roles. Originally in the 60s or so, it was really just 2 or 3 jobs available in the Forestry Commission. But you look now, there are 100 different jobs in the Forestry Commission, reflecting a whole range of interests. And then we can see the rise of community forests and just the way in which people are having a much greater say in what's happening in forests. And so really, you know, that is one way to summarize the benefits and the changes that we've experienced over the last few decades.
Yeah. Right. I just wanted to pick up on that. I had conversations with both the Design Council and Architecture and Design Scotland a little while ago, and actually the difference between the two was really significant. People at Architecture and Design Scotland said we've got to have more wood in our urban landscapes. It's absolutely vital. There, you know, there was an absolutely clear connection to afforestation, to greater use of wood products in urban environments. The Design Council, which absorbed CABE a few years ago, it kind of didn't have the same clarity of agenda. So I was curious about whether you perceive that there are kind of different policy trajectories in relation to answering that question about how do we use more wood products in the future, or maybe this is for the next session, and I apologize if I've started the next session before it's time, but I'm just curious about picking up on that in terms of how we use more wood products and how do we live with more wood, and whether there are different policy perspectives in different parts of the UK or things to learn from in Europe, for instance.
Yeah, that's a tricky question, but I think given that we're focusing on past experience, can anybody volunteer any examples that we might want to learn from? So utilization of products, creating markets, things like that.
Something a little to see the link to the past, but maybe an extra sentence from Chris can get me there or get us there. I don't know.
we might hold that over to the next session. That's all right.
It sounds like looking to the future.
Good. All right. Well, Julie wants to ask a question. We're allowed to ask questions.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Go on.
Yeah, just related to the past, I suppose. I think earlier, Toby, and maybe I got it wrong, but I think you said that you felt that the way we value trees is the same, or it's always been there. But I just wonder if the way we value trees has changed over time. So we used to obviously value trees for their use as a timber product, and perhaps that's why we've seen trees, the way we use them, change, because that's less so now. So I wonder if you could talk a bit about how you think the values might have changed and what the values might be now, and then that will lead on to the next session of how we might want them to change in the future.
I think I was saying the emphasis on different values will have changed over time, but the breadth that we see now, I think, is still relevant in the past. It's just we can't see it so clearly in the documents that we use. So it's all about, you know, leases and timber surveys and sales documents and things like that. So we're picking up very clearly on the trees as a resource, but missing out a lot through those sources on other associations with trees, such as they're providing, you know, their our relationship to them, their value as protectors of the natural realm, that sort of thing. I think you're right. I think what has changed is that we, in this country at least, are not valuing the trees as a resource in the same way, and that's led to their decline in management, which has then led to all sorts of issues, aging tree population, that sort of thing. So, you know, as we do change, as we do think about think about what we do value about trees now, yeah, we value them as a resource, and I do think there is scope for going back to old coppice products, that kind of thing, and perhaps designing new ones, relying less on plastics. But obviously we do have this other set of associations of values now, as you know, they're providing other services, but we're trying to be more aware of our other relationships to them and how they make us feel, for example. So yes, yeah, and I think, you know, if we're going to design good treescapes, then we have to take all of that into account and be aware that not all of those values are going to be appropriate in different locations and contexts.
I just wonder if of course, I think there is the change in perspective of looking at the tree as seen as a product. Maybe we don't see that much now, but I don't have the data, but I assume that we use more trees now than we used to before. So we still use trees as a product, it's just they come from somewhere else, yeah. Right? So it's like maybe it's valuing UK trees and then kind of like making people connect to, oh, we need UK trees. But also I think importantly, we need to think that we don't want to plant trees just to cut them down, because otherwise then we won't solve the climate crisis. So it's also valuing trees as a product is important, but we have to make sure that it's not just kind of like becoming a big
down as long as we replace them or let them grow again.
Yeah, yeah, as long as we don't burn them.
Yeah. It's a really nice question, Julie. Thank you. And I think there are two parts to it. Firstly, historically, whether we've always had this diverse range of values going back historically, or whether they've emerged more recently. It's nice and perhaps quite easy to assume that they've always been there, and maybe they have, but I think one thing worth remembering is how there was this massive increase in recreation driven by the ability to drive in the in the 40s and 50s and 60s, which sort of greatly increased access to the countryside. And I think maybe, I mean, that certainly started driving the kind of increasing interest from recreational groups demanding different kinds of forest management. So maybe things have changed a bit, actually. But the other part to your question, I think, was about whether the ways in which we value the benefits of change. And I think that's definitely a really interesting story. And if you go back 50 years, it was all about cost-benefit analysis, as far as I can tell. It was about net present value, and it was about maximizing economic production. And that gradually shifted, and we saw this shift towards optimizing multiple benefits. The language of ecosystem services is a different paradigm, really, where timber production is now at one end of a spectrum rather than the norm. So I think that really is a paradigm shift. And then now we're seeing more and more, not just a sort of consideration of multiple benefits, but also different value systems altogether. So it's not just about utilitarianism. It's about intrinsic value, and it's about understanding narratives as a way to value nature. And it's much more plural and rich and complicated as we, again, begin to increase the range of voices that get involved in forest management.
Yeah, that prompts me to ask you whether you feel that the methodologies we have available to us at the moment as researchers, as a research community, are good enough to capture all those sorts of values.
Yeah, well, I think this is something that probably everyone in the room will share a view on. Well, many of us, I think, will agree that, you know, our ways of valuing nature have been dominated by economic approaches, but they're getting more and more sophisticated as environmental economics is now mainstream. And beyond that, ecological economics is getting increasingly mainstream as well. So the tools are multiplying. But there is that simple fact that if you quantify things, it does make a really strong, clear argument that decision makers are going to make use of. And I think what's really interesting, especially with these interdisciplinary projects that we have here, is when you've got the arts and humanities working alongside the hard sciences and the economists, you get different sets of values being introduced into the debate. So you might have the arts and humanities changing the social discourse in which decisions are being made. And then at the same time, economists and scientists introducing a cost-benefit analysis, which shows that this is the direction in which we should be going in. And the two together, I think, is a very powerful combination, and that's where we're at the moment. And I think that's happening.
And one from this side of the room, perhaps, Catherine.
Thanks very much. It's been really interesting, especially as a historian myself. So I've got a question which is around, sort of takes up a level really, and because I think what some of this is speaking to is hierarchies of knowledge and how those have changed or not over time, maybe last 300 years, 500 years or so, and whether some of these questions about values sit within a wider debate around cultures of decision making. So whether in the past and maybe today, social elites, as it were, still set the parameters for these debates, for these discussions, and what impact that might have on, I suppose, all of our projects here today, but also thinking historically, how maybe that has changed or not over the past few hundred years.
Have a go.
Well, yeah, cultures of decision making. I think it's brilliant. I mean, I think again, I don't want to sound like a stuck record, but going back to about 50 years or so, I wasn't there at the time. Maybe one or two in the room were. I'd like to hear Harry's perspective, but you know, maybe it was about sort of lots of men in a room full of smoke making decisions. I mean, at the time, I think what's important is that civil society wasn't organized, it wasn't strong. We didn't have the environmental groups that we have now, or the recreational interests demanding something differently. And you know, I think it was perhaps easier, much easier to push through the kinds of forestry that were practiced at the time. So that's clearly changed greatly. And yet, I dare say, things still aren't entirely egalitarian, and maybe they can never be.
I mean, I think that's probably, is that your interpretation of cultures of decision making? I mean, that's your understanding, is it? A very interesting answer. Sorry, I'm sure this.
I think it depends a bit on where you are. I mean, sort of community empowerment legislation in Scotland and landform legislation is pointing towards a greater diversification of cultures of decision making. But what's kind of interesting about that is some kind of clearly trackable historical trends in sort of intellectual, economic and cultural norms are still present. So I think it depends a bit on what your context is.
What I find quite interesting is the way that yes, of course, it's the landed classes have always had, a lot of control over their land. But if you're looking beyond that, of course, in the past, you had actually very strong system of tenant rights, which sort of resulted in the sort of micro resistances to this landover hegemony, in which they are taking timber trees and pollarding them, for example, which they're not really supposed to do, and sort of making the best of the rights that they did have in the commons. So I kind of feel that that's kind of a bit like how we're working today, in that there's a lot of big decisions being made about where we're putting trees across the landscape quite high up. But I'm working with tiny little community groups who say, can we have 5 trees here? And we're saying, yeah, actually, yeah, you can have 5 trees there, and we'll make that happen for you. And yeah, so and that's having a real impact on the city landscape. So yeah, it's a mix of the two, and obviously we need to find a better balance between the two, I would say. But I think that I just find it quite interesting. That's kind of still happening in a sort of battle going on there.
One more question.
Thanks so much. This is so fascinating, and I'm really taken with the kind of conversation around the relationship between people and trees. But the conversation that we're having is very much about people caring for their environment, and getting involved in their local initiatives. But as we've learned from working with young people like Hamid and Mahmoud, who you heard from before, there are a lot of people who are very mobile and don't have that deep and permanent connection to an environment or to a specific place. And so I guess I'm really interested in your reflections on how we might cultivate a kind of wider kind of connection to treescapes that transcends the local and captures a kind of broader practice of care for the environment.
Adrian.
I think I look a lot for your project to answer that question for us, because I do believe that this connection is created a lot as with young people, basically as youngsters, this connection with the environment. But I think, yeah, I think there is the danger of creating this narrative that it's kind of like our forests, and I think we have to make sure that when we see forests as a global good, and I say that as a Brazilian, that I try to do the same. The Amazon is not our forest, it's a global good as well. And I think creating those connections, especially with young kids, I think that stays. You see a tree, you are connected to a tree regardless where you are, if you are connected to nature as a young kid, I think. But I want to see the results from your voices for the future.
David.
It's a tricky one. Connection beyond just the local. I think that was it, wasn't it? Can't help thinking of David Attenborough, to be honest. I can't help thinking of the representations we get in the kinds of films he makes, and that sense of connection that we perhaps almost inevitably have as a result of those kinds of films, which aren't anything to do with the local, aren't anything to do with what we know personally. It's just that connection with nature, that sense of nature at a planetary level. And I dare say with the global issues around climate change and biodiversity crisis, there is that increasing sense of nature as a global thing, which we engage with together as a global community, which perhaps does transcend our particular local sense of connection. It makes me wonder about the think global, act local thing. You surely need both, and maybe that's where we should continue to go.
Yeah, that's where it starts with me. I mean, I think it has to start with local. When we plant around the city, we find that in some areas we do get a lot of vandalism, and we find that if actually we plant with kids from that local area, then the vandalism is less likely. And I think that so those kids are gaining some ownership of those trees, and that is then sort of recognised in the community. And I think, you know, trying to get that to carry on and to expand, it's all about, yeah, giving them some ownership in the planting process, but also giving them some ownership over the looking after the trees as we go on. This is what getting back to with maintenance again, and what are we going to do with all these trees? But we need to look after them. And I think we need to get people involved in looking after them, and then that sort of wider perspective sort of stems from that action.
I think this conversation could go on, but it's going to have to leak into tea time, I'm afraid. So thank you to the panelists, but we'll pick up again after the tea break with a look forward to the future treescapes. So I think it's a 15-minute tea break. 10 minutes. And we'll resume at 3:40. Thank you. Thank you.
So this session, we want to move beyond thinking about the past, thinking about the future. So thinking about what we want future treescapes to look like, thinking about what we need in order to enable us to get to that vision of what we want those future treescapes to look like, and also what some of the challenges to that might be, in order to think about how we might improve and inform policy and practice, and thinking maybe about how some of the projects from the Treescape programme are speaking to some of those challenges that we identify. Before we start, can I ask the panel to introduce themselves? So, Matt, would you like to start?
I'm Matt Dennis, so I'm a geographer at Manchester, and I lead the CASTOR project.
Afternoon, everybody. My name's Bianca Ambrosogi. I'm a principal social scientist at Forest Research, and I'm involved in the Connected Treescapes project. I'm a work package leader. I would describe myself as an environmental sociologist, and I'd also like to tell you that I own a chainsaw and an axe, and I'm a new beekeeper this year, which has opened up my eyes to a different kind of relationship with trees and how important they are to bees.
Gosh, how do you follow that? I'm Simon Carr. I'm Associate Professor of Geography at the University of Cumbria, and I'm also one of the co-investigators on Voices of the Future project. And yeah, I think we're all in the firing line at this stage of the day.
Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to say apologies if you're expecting teas and coffees in the break. I think we probably led you to believe that there would be, but apparently we'd never planned to have teas and coffees in that break, but we have got tea and coffee. Have we got cake? Tea and coffee and cake afterwards, so you can carry on chatting to each other to make up for it. Yes. So I hope you forgive us for that, but there will be refreshments afterwards if you've got time to stay. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, so I'll kick off with the first question, and then we'll open it up to the audience for comments, questions. We really want this to be a conversation, not just to the panelists, but between you in the audience as well. So hopefully we'll see how that goes. Okay, so I'll ask first, Simon, I'm going to pick on you first. So what would your ideal future treescape look like, and who do you think should deliver it?
Gosh, let's start with the really small question, and I think it really echoes a lot of the discussion that we had in the previous session. Everybody's got a different view of what a perfect treescape will be in the future. I think where I come at this from is, if we take the UK, over 80% of our population live in towns and cities. We live in urban areas, and I think there was the discussion in the previous session about thinking locally, acting globally. Is there a tension between people feeling like they own a tree that's local to them? Is that a problem in terms of kind of getting a greater engagement with treescapes? I don't think there is a problem there. I think actually we do have to start with what we see in our lived experience. We see trees around us all the time. I was checking on Treezilla at lunchtime. Now, there's the trees out in Exhibition Road, have all been recorded on Treezilla, giving us ecosystem services that have value. Each of those trees, I think, they're saying that it's worth 60, 70 pounds to the economy. I don't know how Treezilla has calculated that. Hopefully next year we'll find out what the algorithm is within that. But it's also the carbon capture, the storage, the shading it's offering, the microclimate benefits. All of those things we're looking at are happening in our everyday experience. So for me, given that, say, 4/5 of us live in these urban environments, for me, the perfect treescape of the future is an urban one, an urban forest. We're in the centre of London. How many trees are there in London? Any ideas? So there's the National Park City initiative that was sort of set up by Dan Raven-Ellington about 2 or 3 years ago, tried to quantify the number of trees in the City of London as a basis for the ecosystem service provision within the city. There's over 8 million trees estimated to be within London. That makes it at the moment one of the largest urban woodlands on the planet. And that's a lot of wood. That's a lot of work that's going on within there. But how many of us in our lived experience actually value that? And if we can start locally and start recognizing that tree is doing something for the environment that I live within, and if we can engender that sort of thinking and approach in children, not just in the UK, but as Mahmoud and Hamid showed very, very emotionally this afternoon, that's we can be an exemplar for what's happening elsewhere in the world. That's what we need to be looking at. We need to be engaging diverse audiences. We need to be engaging not just the children in the project that I'm working within, but all those people that don't feel they have a voice in this. We're looking at a room here which is, I'm afraid, not particularly diverse as a group of people. There's a good gender balance. There's not a great deal of ethnicity balance within here. We're not a very diverse group of people. The perfect treescape for me would be one where people come into a room like this in a few years' time, and there's a real representation of what we have within the UK. I'll finish tub thumping at that point.
Thank you. Great answer. Bianca. I feel like I might be repeating some of the same themes. So when you asked that question, Julie, the first thing I wanted to do was unpick that word ideal. So ideal for whom, where and when. So at which point in time, today and the future. The future is very difficult to think about in ideal terms because we live in a fast changing world, and a fast changing world full of very great uncertainties, whether they're political, whether they're social, or whether they're scientific. So that was my first thought. And then because I belong to a connected treescapes project, I think there are 2 words that have come through from the work we've been doing in that project, which I'd like to use to frame the rest of my answer. So the first word is connectivity and connection. So I think any treescape of the future has got to be one that is a range of different kinds of trees that are connected, where we're thinking about connectivity. Because the best evidence that we have at the moment, even though there are counter narratives, is that connectivity can help towards resilience. And the hope is that connectivity can help towards resilience into the future. So I think that's really important. The counter narrative that connectivity can actually work against resilience in terms of providing pathways for pests and diseases to move and so on. I think that that's an interesting one to watch. But for me, that connectivity has been exhibited quite well in evidence if we think about the Wood Wide Web and so on. And if we want to think about the future and what future connectivity might look like, then the next word I would want to bring in is diversity. So again, mirroring what others have said, and picking up very much on what Sir Harry said in his initial address to us, that we really need to think about diversity of species, because the species that will do well into the future are maybe unknown species. We need to think about diversity also in terms of age and function and form, which other people have spoken about, and the benefits that they can deliver: resilience, mitigation and amelioration of unknown contexts in which we're going to be finding ourselves. I think the other connectivity that's really important is connectivity to community. So again, I'm echoing things that other people have said, which is how are we going to connect communities and places that don't have any tree cover or are not part of those connected treescapes? How are we going to get the trees into those contexts? Because again, we know research evidence is telling us that where you have more trees and when you bring more trees into those kinds of communities, there's a significant uplift in human health and well-being outcomes. So I think that's really important. So connectivity and diversity would be features of my ideal future forest treescape.
Yeah, so similar things, but I think drawing on the sort of the hive mind from all the various projects today, I think there's some really important and promising ideals. I think on the one hand, we don't know, and that comes back to that iterative process I was talking about before. You know, we can't have an ideal now. I don't think we need to work through and try things and have room to experiment and consult lots and lots of people. So the who thing needs to be sort of a big consultation, and we need to circle back and reflect about how we go forward. But I think there are some things we probably can latch onto with some hope, and it's things like, you know, diversity and, you know, functional redundancy. Thank you for talking about functional redundancy. I think it's really important in ecosystems. And so on the one hand, you've got someone said earlier in the last panel that, you know, we've simplified our landscapes, we've simplified treescapes, rivers horrendously. So we need to think more about diversifying them, not just in terms of tree species and plant species, but that's important, but also in terms of the structure. Someone mentioned structure earlier on, and also from a riparian point of view, what rivers do, give them a bit more agency. There's some good examples up in Wild Ennerdale of how rivers have been allowed to, you know, go where they want to go and have more agency in the landscape, in the floodplain, and how habitats have grown around that, and biodiversity has, you know, recovered and thrived. So there's all kinds of different types of diversity that we can bring to treescapes if we're thinking about biodiversity uplift, you know, in particular. Coming back again to Piran's plot of the different taxa and the different sort of closed canopy versus open canopy gradient, Piran's plot. We've not talked really much about disturbance. So if you're looking at the past when those sorts of taxa might have been more doing better, let's say, in those sorts of environments, that's because there would have been agents of disturbance in those landscapes, breaking up canopy and having more open and a gradient from open landscapes to more closed forest. But we don't have those agents of disturbance anymore. So again, that comes back to management, and, you know, we don't do coppicing anymore much either. So that might have been at one point a surrogate for not having these large herbivores anymore that create disturbance. So thinking about management, I think, is very important if we want to have treescapes, riparian treescapes that support biodiversity. You know, I don't think we can rely on just having trees everywhere. We need to think about the structure, diversity, not just for resilience from an ecological point of view, but from I guess from a commercial point of view as well. You know, thinking about pests and diseases and things like this. Yeah, and I guess the rest has been said already. Really, I would back up. You know, obviously connectivity is a big issue. We assume connectivity is a good thing always, and it's nice to draw and create maps that show connectivity. And if you put a patch of trees here, it will increase connectivity. But then the other side of the coin is the fact that hyper-connected landscapes are also not necessarily desirable because of what did we say earlier? 1 degree increase is about what percent increase in 10% increase in pathogens. So we're just giving those pathogens somewhere to go if we've got these hyper-connected treescapes as well. Again, how do you manage the disturbance to avoid that hyperconnectivity? I'm not really sure I've answered that question in terms of what I imagine. And there's a big interest in wood pasture as well at the minute. I guess that's worth mentioning that. I think that might just be a bit of a sort of a fad or a zeitgeist, but, you know, finding that balance between something that's not completely natural, but more natural than what we've got in our typical agricultural landscapes. There's a lot of hope being hung on wood pasture at the moment. So it's interesting to see where that research goes as well.
Really interesting. I'm just thinking, obviously, one of the big drivers for this programme is addressing carbon capture, meeting net zero targets, which I don't think you've touched on. So I just wondered how that kind of fits in with your vision, and all of these things you're talking about, do they kind of lead to that? I don't know who wants to address that.
Well, that's the biggest possible picture, isn't it? You know, we've got this enormous cliff to climb of carbon capture and storage, and I can't remember who, I think it was one of the questioners earlier on was talking about, you know, technological solutions to this, and of course, you know, we have a ready pathway for that process, but there's so many uncertainties associated with that. You know, just within the project work that I'm doing, you know, we don't really know what trees in urban areas are actually capable of doing. We don't know how, you know, we know that they're impacted, we know that they're not as effective as managed woodlands and semi-natural woodlands at, you know, they're nowhere near as healthy, they don't last as long, there's much higher mortality rates in urban woodlands. But there's all these uncertainties of, well, what's being stored above ground? What's being stored below ground? What do we associate as the carbon that is with a tree? You know, is the soil counted as part of the carbon storage of the tree? That's a really important component. You know, in temperate and boreal regions, that could be half of the carbon store. And that's probably the carbon store that's least mobile in the long term. That could be thousands of years of storage that's within there. So, but I think what the challenge is that trees are going to be part of that solution. We're a small country, we've got a very small proportion of woodland that we can increase. That's only going to start addressing that issue once we scale it up to a global level. But I think what's more important is changing the narrative, that at the moment we have a very dystopian view of what's going to happen as a consequence of carbon. You know, coming from a climate science background, all the work that I look at is talking about gloom and doom. It's talking about, oh my gosh, this is a crisis. We're hitting tipping points. We've exceeded key tipping points. And that's not going to help us address or even start looking at carbon capture in trees, in peatlands, in wood, in soils, in all of these areas where we can use nature-based solutions to start addressing this. What we've got to do is change that agenda. So we're not thinking about a dystopian future, we're thinking about a utopian future. And again, I think a couple of people this morning were talking about utopian thinking. But we're kind of falling over ourselves a little bit, and it kind of feeds into some of the problems I think we have with policy, is that we often come out with very abstract ideas of what that future could be. And I think we've got examples from all of today, people mapping out ideas of what their ideal woodland would be, what their ideal treescape would be. And those are all, a lot of them start off as very abstract ideas, but we can start rationalizing them down and saying, actually, that utopian idea could become a concrete utopian idea. We can actually use that as a pathway for the decision-making process. And again, that's where it comes back to those bottom-up approaches. It only works when you've got individuals, communities at a local level beginning to force those changes and asking the questions and badgering their local councillors and MPs about, you know, this is what I'm doing. What are you doing about it?
Anyone else want to?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that I don't have an answer, but there's a few things that we need to think about, which are sort of, there's some maybe awkward tensions that need to be resolved. One is that I think it is possible, I think, to oversell the carbon capture of trees. They obviously do capture carbon, and there's a very good evidence review by Natural England if you want the lowdown on that. I found that really helpful earlier this year. But my worry is that if we oversell it, then people will think it's kind of a substitute, and building a narrative around, well, it's okay to just carry on business as usual because of, you know, carbon capture credits, etc. And I think there's a slight danger that we could, you know, send the wrong message out that we can just plant trees and keep on burning fossil fuels. That worries me slightly. And the other thing is that, you know, long term, we know that, for example, native broadleaf trees can continue sequestering carbon for 50, 100 or more years. But, you know, none of our careers last that long. So it might be more attractive to say, so we'll do a massive plantation here of conifer that will sequester carbon quickly, but then we have to cut it down and do other things with it. So if we're going to carry on like that, we have to solve the third awkward thing, is how we use wood as a resource, I think, and think about keeping carbon locked into products. It's slightly beyond my expertise now, but keeping, you know, what we do with that wood once it's harvested and how we keep it sort of in the thing that we make with it, sort of thing, and how the timber industry and you know, all related industries deal with that and do it in a sustainable way. So I think those are the three things that sort of keep me awake at night, if you like, you know, that we need to really think about and resolve.
I think my opinion would be would echo most of the other speakers, and I think in the Connected Treescapes project we haven't highlighted carbon because I think we believe that's implicit in the work that we're doing, and I think it's very interesting, so not in that particular project but in others that I'm involved in, where we've canvassed public opinion about trees and tree planting and where to have trees and why to have trees. It's pretty well recognised that trees equal carbon equal climate change, so I think there's an implicit understanding, but I agree the oversimplification takes the emphasis off what trees do and don't do and what other bigger things perhaps we could be doing or not doing to change the carbon budgets and our carbon impacts. And trees are not just about carbon, trees are about a whole load of other things, and it's distressing to me when the conversation becomes reduced to that reductionist kind of viewpoint. So I think that much of the research work and the work that we're doing with our partners who are working with communities and landowners and others on the ground, it's about recognising the great thing about treescapes, which is it's not about woods, it's not about forests, it's about all different kinds of trees in different locations, and how, to be slightly childish and simplistic, every little helps towards the multiple benefits that different kinds of trees in different locations can all bring forward, and the carbon that they can store in those different kinds of locations.
Great, thank you. I'd like to open it up to the audience. So we got a question, I think we've got one up the back first, and then we'll come to David and then Judy.
It's really more of a comment that actually all of this, I mean, talking about the carbon stuff specifically, all of this needs to sit within the sort of understanding of the sustainability hierarchy, which is don't do it, do less of it, do it differently, reuse it, recycle it, recover it, and only offset it as the very last choice after you've tried everything else. And so, you know, there's something about really basic sustainability literacy that needs to underpin our understanding of treescapes as only sitting as an element along with peatland restoration, along with energy transitional, you know, and the idea that the sort of lock that we have culturally between offsetting and tree planting is so dangerous because it kind of ignores that absolutely hard reality of we have to stop doing some stuff.
Definitely great points made. David, I think you were next.
Hi, lots of really interesting points, and one just stuck out that Matt said about we can't have an ideal now, we need to work things through and experiment, and I thought that was really revealing, actually, if I didn't misunderstand it. I'm wondering whether what we need in the future is a different way of doing forest management that's more dynamic, that's more adaptive, because of the uncertainty and because of the extreme events that we don't know are coming around the corner. So is it about adaptive management, and it's about monitoring and surveillance and responding? It's about the process rather than the goal. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just wondering whether that resonates with any of you as a kind of different way of thinking about forest management as we go forward, rather than this kind of stable, static approach that we've pursued under the assumption of a stable climate.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my sort of root thoughts around that comment, rather than the iterative stuff I showed on the slide, actually, is linked to, you know, the sort of work that's gone into resilience thinking that comes out of like Carl Folke's work and the Stockholm Resilience Centre. And a large part of that is learning and adapting. It's not just about saying, oh, well, the evidence says this, so 100% go for that. It's about leaving something behind. So there's, well, a little bit like functional redundancy, incorporating something that, well, no, we're not putting all our eggs in this basket. We can still try these other little things and learn from it. Problem with that is that we're running out of time, isn't it? So it's easy to do that with impunity if you've got forever to think about it. And, you know, I think, is it Jack Ahern said something similar about trees or green infrastructure in urban landscapes, where the way we do it, it should be sort of safe to fail. We should be allowed to fail, to get things wrong, to learn from it, rather than just think, you know, throw a dart at the evidence kind of thing, which is often what we're doing because it can be contradictory, you know. But yeah, I agree. Andrew's got
I was just going to throw in kind of a little bit of an opposite view, because I think, you know, we're conflating woodland management, forest management with treescapes, and as a consequence, we'll never know what that is, because every environment where trees are has got a different sort of ideal solution that's going through. Equally, a single woodland is offering different values to all of the people that use it and own it. So, you know, I completely agree with Matt's perspective in terms of we don't know what that future is going to be. But I think that the danger is if we say, well, we'll continue to experiment, we'll continue to think about that, as you just said, time's up. You know, to be honest, we're already too late to be doing much more of that experimentation. If there are things that we want to do to stabilise, you know, carbon emissions, you know, as the gentleman said at the back there, actually we've just got to stop emitting them, and then gradually, hopefully, those natural systems will begin to start taking that back out of the atmosphere and reducing it. But we don't have the time to do much more experimentation, I think.
That point.
Did you want to come back?
Yeah, I think it's just so interesting. So adaptive forest management. A long time ago, when I had a different career and worked in the tropics, it was all the rage. So that was back in the 1980s, 1990s. And having gone back to some of the countries and some of the sites where early ideas about what adaptive forest management was, with the looking and surveying and understanding and adjusting, continuity, having communities and people who can actually do the surveying, the monitoring and the adjusting and the deliberation that needs to go around that, it's resource heavy. And if you have that as another kind of static model, you know, you do it like this, I'm not sure what future there might be for it. But I disagree with your point of view about experimentation. We've run out of time. I think it makes experimentation even more necessary. We've got to try different things because we don't know what's going to work, and it's going to be the surprise thing that actually helps us out in the end, probably. Yeah. So
great, thank you. Judy, I think you were next. Yes, it's just coming. Could you introduce yourself, please? Thanks.
Yes, it's Judy Lingwong, President of the Black Environment Network. I just wonder if the panel can comment on two very different approaches. One is the approach of fear, where with climate change is on, you frighten everyone to death, say trees are carbon machines, let's plant lots of them, get on with it. This is the way we know how to plant it and we'll save ourselves. Or you go to the other dimension, which is about love, where the cultural visions of trees contains all these words like the trees are sublime, they are magnificent, and there's a relational and sustainable care and protection of the environment. They're not going to drop it when the fear finishes. They're going to continue taking care of the environment. So can we nurture that kind of inspirational narrative rather than a narrative of fear? And I'd like you to really comment on that with your work.
Would you like to go first?
I think that's a really interesting point, Judy. Thank you for that one. And I've got connection equals care written down on my notes here, because I think that we can see when we're talking about the not usual suspects and what the importance of connection to nature and trees across the treescape happens to be. Once you get people involved, whether they're children or whoever they are, as they begin to make those connections, quite often the care comes on top, surfaces more than the fear, and from care comes a wider appreciation of what perhaps you can do in your own life to make those bigger questions, to contribute to solving some of those bigger questions. So I think that's a very valid point, and I think perhaps some of the Connected Treescapes projects have been looking at those relational values and trying to out some of them.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything that you said there. You know, there's been a load of work, particularly in climate science, on the role of fear as a motivating factor. And while some have recognised that it increases the explicit recognition of the issue, it's really not a very good motivator. And you know, ultimately, we can't. You know, despair is the absence of hope. Despair leads to you doing nothing. And what we have to do is swap that narrative of despair to a hopeful narrative, as you say, to love and to care for the environment around you. And again, that's why I think going back to almost the first sort of points that were being taught this afternoon, that importance of what you see around you, not what is distant. You know, everybody in this room will care about distant forests, but a lot of the people, a lot of the audiences and the people that we're working with, they don't think that far. They think about what's in their everyday life. And if we can start with that care of what is immediately around, as you were just saying, that then widens that frame of, I care for this, I need to care for other things. So yeah, I completely agree.
You want to come in?
Likewise, I can give a fairly standard answer. So I'm a big fan of the relational value sort of paradigm that comes out of the IP-BES stuff. And they use that to sort of sidestep the whole dichotomy of intrinsic versus utilitarian value. And there's a very weak analogy there between sort of love and fear, or cynicism of, you know, intrinsic and utilitarian. And it's about what motivates people. Well, the idea of doing it well is to find out what motivates people to identify and care for the environment. So it's a sort of a third option, which seems like a bit of a cop-out now, apologies, but I'm a big fan of that line of work, and be interested to see what case studies come out of that where it's actually applied in earnest. And I think I've got big hopes for that one, yeah. Relational value.
Thank you. I have a question over here.
Yeah, thank you. Really interesting discussions. I was thinking, if this had been called Future Farmscapes 2022, you know, a lot of people would be talking about food security issues because we're only about 60% self-sufficient in food. We're only 20% self-sufficient in wood. And we're really concerned about offshoring, environmental impacts. So, Simon, I take the point about urban forests, but we need a vision, a treescapes vision for those rural landscapes. That's 80% of the land plus. So I wondered what the panel thought about that, how to incorporate domestic timber supply into a treescapes vision.
Important question, I think, that one.
It's been waiting all day, that one.
It has been waiting all day. So who's going to tackle that one?
If I, just with my general sort of, the way I look at things as usually quite spatial problems, I think it's going to be, again, coming back to that idea of heterogeneity in the landscape and what sort of configuration can get us where we need to be, and whether that needs to be heterogeneity at the wood level, the forest level, or the landscape level, or the national level, because that wood needs to be in the landscape somewhere. So where can it go, where it's most useful, but also doesn't have an impact on this whole nature recovery network that we're trying to put together? I don't have the answer yet, but I'm working on it.
I refuse to be reductionist. I don't see a necessary huge division. This might not be true in all parts of Britain, the UK, but what is the huge division between treescapes and farmscapes? For me, there isn't necessarily one. And why just think about the timber security rather than the biodiversity security or the carbon storage security or whatever security we might like to look at? And if you look at trees across a treescape, which includes a farmscape, the contribution towards food security happens to be there. So whether you're looking at animals or whether you're looking at crops, whether you're looking at hydrology, whether, you know, whichever feature of the multiple benefits that trees bring into landscapes you happen to be looking at. So I wouldn't want to reduce things and atomize things down in answer to your question. Right.
Yes, you know, and I think the issue of certainly wood production, productive wood within the UK it is critical, given how much we are importing, how much we're contributing to, you know, the deforestation of other areas and not thinking about that. And again, you know, the discussion about urban woodland is mainly about trying to increase the recognition and the value of that wood in everyday lives. I think then the element that feeds on from that is that wider appreciation of actually wood in you know, we're a wood-based civilization, whether we realise it or not, and that as society evolves, we have to change our relationship with that wood and understanding. I think there was a fabulous project at Exeter University called Follow the Things, which was looking at the global patterns of consumption, and it was looking at, you know, where does your food come from, where do your everyday goods come from, And that's now been followed up with sort of a process of following the thing after you've used it. Where does it go afterwards within there? And it starts questioning our fundamental relationship with those resources that we often don't consider, whether it's oil-based plastic resources, whether it's wood-based resources, whether it's the mineral resources that we're extracting. It just takes a fundamental change in the way that we think about consumption and ownership of objects and the way that we consume. The clue there is in the word. We are consuming the resources that are available, and retraining that relationship is probably a fundamental part of that.
Great, thank you. We are actually out of time. It's a really interesting discussion. So I just want to thank the panel and thank you for the questions and the comments. Be a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to close the conference with a story from Pat. Before that, I'd just like to, Clive and I would just like to thank you all for coming and participating in the day. We hope you found it really interesting and useful and thought-provoking. I think we certainly have. And thank you to all the projects for sharing what they're doing and introducing us to the work we're doing. And hopefully for the stakeholders and policy and practice that are here today, it's whetted your appetite and you've got a better understanding of the projects within the programme. Please feel free to interact with us and with the projects going forwards. We're hoping to have these conferences every year, so next year and the year after, hopefully at least a two-day conference next time, and we'll be able to talk more about some of the results that are coming through from the projects. But I think it's been really thought-provoking, identifying what this massive challenge is that we're trying to grapple with the Treescapes programme. But thank you all for your contributions. Clive.
Yeah, thanks from me too. I've just been so impressed by the eloquence of the speakers, the quality of the debate we've just been having, really interesting questions. And I think we're kind of re-energized now to kind of be ambassadors for this great programme, really great research. So thanks for all your contributions.
And just finally to thank both Alison and Abby for all the hard work in organising today. Certainly couldn't have done it without you, that's for sure. So just to close the conference, Hat's going to give us a final story called The Wishing Tree. Yeah.
Thank you all for staying to listen and for a very thought-provoking and exciting day. Long ago, there was a merchant, a businessman, who often had to travel over a desert between the two cities where his most profitable business took place. And though he took the journey many times, he always reached a point along the road where he just wanted a bit of shade, a cool drink. And so it was on one journey he was walking along and the sun was glaring bright and the heat was so intense that he couldn't help it. Just out loud he said, "Oh, how I wish there was a tree right there by the road where I could take a break, ease myself, cool myself in the shade. Oh, how I wish that was there." And when he looked up, there was a tree, just like he had wished. Well, he was delighted. He sat down to cool himself in the shade. And as he sat there, he thought, wouldn't it be lovely? Wouldn't it be brilliant if under this shady tree there arose a breeze? Oh, how I wish there was a breeze come up, a wind to cool my brow. And suddenly there was a breeze. And he noticed this, and so he said, "And I wish I had a cool drink. Oh, if I only had an icy cup of water, that would be a delight." And when he looked to his side, there was a jug full of water with a goblet full of water and ice cubes floating in it. And he thought, this is a wishing tree. I've heard of such things. Anything I desire, I shall have delay. So he drank down the water and he said, "Oh, how I wish I had something to eat. Oh, I could devour a feast." And suddenly there was a cloth before him, piled high with gold and silver dishes and plates and bowls, all piled high with pastries, cakes, biscuits, rolls, fruit, grapes, melons, apricots. I mean, it was even better than the lunch presented to us today. It was amazing. And as he ate and drank, and he thought, oh, you know what I need now? He says, oh, I wish I had a bed piled high with cushions and pillows to take a nap. That's what I wish on a hot day like that, to lay in a bed under a shade tree with the breeze on me. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? I wish I had a bed on which to sleep. Well, there was a bed piled high with cushions and with pillows, and he lay upon it, and as he lay there, and he thought, oh, this can't get any better. Unless I were to wish for servants to fan my head and massage my weary feet from the long walk. Well, suddenly there was a servant man with a fan fanning his head, and a servant woman there taking off his shoes and rubbing his feet. And oh, it was such ecstasy. And he fell into a deep sleep. And as he slept, he dreamt about all the wishes the wishing tree would give him, how he would make a fortune for himself, a life in paradise. But then he thought, I must be careful what I wish for. For what if I were to wish to have a demon or a tiger or something like this in my company? That would be a terrible mistake. And he woke himself up at the horrible thought. And he said, oh my goodness, he said, I must be careful with what I say. For the dream, it carried on into his waking hour, like it does sometimes. And being a man, he was talking out loud. And, men, often their brain and their mouth, it's not connected. And he said, just imagine, he said, I was dreaming, what if I wished that I had a tiger here for company? Well, no sooner had he said those words than there was a tiger. And it snarled and it growled and it made ready to pounce upon him and devour him, tear him into bits. And he had such a headache. He said, oh, I wish I hadn't wished for the tiger. I wish none of this had happened. Suddenly he was there walking along the road, the sweat pouring down his brow, the sun glaring, and no tree at all. And though he wished for one, this time it didn't appear. And as he reflected on what had happened to him and what wishing had brought him, he thought, well, it's true. One must be careful what one wishes for, and one must watch out with what one is given. And that's the story of the wishing tree from the north of India, although it's also found in other countries nearby like Iran and Syria. And well, there are many stories where wishes come true and they don't always turn out the way we want. So I thought that might be, I hope, a nice way to end the day. As we were talking about the future, we were making wishes. I think they all sounded very promising and good, but as our last speaker said, you never know how it'll turn out. But I hope, I feel much more confident today knowing there's so many wise, clever people talking and thinking about all this. So thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you for our host today. And everyone enjoy the cake, I think, and the coffee before you go. Thank you.